Game 3 was Saturday, and thank goodness that it's such a quick little turnaround here. They had the 3 days off between 2 and 3, obviously traveling. But Saturday was just gross. It was bad hockey. It was lack of effort a lot of times for the Colorado Avalanche, which is really unusual to see. Jared Bednar let it be known that he was not happy with how that game went after the game. It was just, I wrote it down, too many real chances for the Wild and no real chances for the Colorado Avalanche. They got outskated in all aspects of the word.
Well, I thought they had some really good chances in the first period of the game, Josh. You had the power play that they didn't score on, and you had the Parker Kelly breakaway that didn't go in. And then from that point forward, once Kaprizov scored, it was kind of all Wild. But I looked at it as the first game in this postseason so far where the Wild were the first to capitalize on the opportunity instead of the Avalanche. The Avalanche were always second to the puck, second to the opportunity, and it goes back to something we see in every single postseason. To me, this isn't a commentary on the Avs' dominance or anything. To me, it's the Wild came off of a multi-day break. They're returning home. They had a long series against Dallas. They finally had a chance to catch their breath, and they were the more desperate team. So they're rested, they're energized, and they're desperate. They kind of had every postseason thing working for them in this one.
Yeah, even the first goal, like Kaprizov scoring that goal and coming from where he came from, the broadcast, whoever it was, TNT I think, said the same thing, like, oh, well, he didn't get picked up because he was so far behind. I'm like, that's Kirill Kaprizov. You know where he is on the ice. If he's charging like that to the net, somebody should pick up that body. That the first one, I'm like, ooh, that's not a great sign for the Avalanche, like, engagement level.
Yeah, and that was Kulak on that one. That was his assignment, and he was just not engaged in the play to the point where he was supposed to be, but Kaprizov wasn't, so he didn't adjust. And those things happen on 4-on-4 hockey quite a bit. But throughout the course of the game, this is something that has bothered me actually throughout the course of the entire Avalanche postseason, especially since Manson got hurt. You have the goal with Hartman that ends up getting Wedgwood pulled.
Mm-hmm.
The Avs don't clear the front of the net. It's only Manson and it's only Landeskog. And Landeskog got the only goal in the game by just getting in there and getting dirty. So this is something I think needs to be more of a focus if this series does get as tight as we think it might. Of the Avs need to get into those dirty areas and show more jam, as the morning show kept saying over and over. I like that phrase from Bednar because I don't think they had it. I want to see Devon Toews get in there a little bit and get a little dirty.
Dude, it's Toews, it's Lecky, it's Val Nichushkin, it's Brock Nelson. We got a stat to share later from our guy Drew Spivak about Brock that's just alarming of what he's not been able to do. These guys that don't necessarily I've been calling out Val for a couple of weeks now of like, Val, you've got the big body. It's not necessarily your game, but you've got the body to do it. You have to get a little bit more physical.
And you're mentioning a group of players that can do it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the thing. It's like we're not out here calling out the small skilled guys because it's like we don't have that expectation. Meanwhile, Nathan MacKinnon is doing all of these things, and he's been praised throughout the course of the series. So I'm not too concerned with this Avalanche win, or this Avalanche loss, to be honest. And I think there's a good chance they might even lose tonight, and I still wouldn't feel too concerned about their run in general. That's because, Josh, we've been talking about it for weeks. We've been talking about it all season long. This second-round series against Minnesota or Dallas might be the Stanley Cup.
Right.
So what? We thought this was going to be a sweep. We thought this was going to go 5 games. Like, this was going to happen.
I said it would be a 6-game series. I still feel like it's going to be a 6-game series. Minnesota's really good. Eriksson Ek's on his way back, as is Josh Manson for the good guys. But, yeah, this is going to be a tough, tight series. Their backs were against the wall. Imagine Minnesota's mindset. If they lose Saturday night and they're down 3-0, we're all burying them today. Today's their service. You know what I mean? Like, that's what today would be. So they just did what they had to do, and I'm with you. I saw it on social media, too. I'm like, you guys, they're now, 6-1 in the postseason? You think this was going to be 16 straight? It's the hardest trophy in sports to win. There's going to be some hurdles to get over.
I think they have more playoff wins in the last 2 weeks than the Rockies have since 2007. Like, guys, let's take a little breather. Yeah.
They're going to be all right. They just looked bad. They look like they were comfortable with a 2-0 lead. You know what they kind of look like? And this will hit because you're our Nuggets guy.
Oh, no.
They look like the Nuggets did when they had a third quarter lead by about 8 to 10 points. They're like, you know what? Gear down. Everything's going to be fine. That's what they look like for 60 minutes.
Well, and here's the reality of the situation and the analogy you're making. The Denver Nuggets didn't have that dog in them. The Colorado Avalanche literally do have Nate Dogg. They literally do have that dog in them. And I don't think they need to look outward for motivation. And Jared Bednar talked about this in the last couple days of just like, it's not my job as the coach to motivate them.
I loved hearing that.
And he's right.
Yeah.
Because they have those guys in their locker room, whereas the Nuggets, to use your analogy, do not, apparently. So I'm not worried about the Avs looking like a step slow, looking like they were not motivated, because truly they weren't the most desperate team. And they even talked about it going into Game 3. We need to manufacture that desperation. That's not a thing you can manufacture. It just isn't. So I think the Avs need to play obviously a little bit more aggressive and physical, but ultimately it just comes down to, if you are locked in, you are going to execute better. And the Wild capitalized on 2 chances in a row early on in the game, and they were able to execute throughout the course of the game, and the Avs never really had a chance to get back in, and that happens.
I love hearing a coach say that, because I say it all the time. Like, hey, coaches shouldn't have to motivate you. They can get something out of players, but they shouldn't have to get you ready to work. And I use it all the time. Here, Amanda, Drew, Kevin, do we need them to motivate us, or do we show up ready to do our job, because that's what good employees do?
I don't know. I could use a little talking to from Kevin. Like,
little pick me up.
Get under my skin. I saw you were kind of dragging today, Jake.
Oh, so you're motivated by like kind of talking junk?
No. I think like a little like, I know you had a little tough weekend. It was your wife's birthday. It was Mother's Day. It was all about her. But today's about you and what you accomplish in the next 4 hours.
Jake, you've had a rough weekend. You spelled 15 words wrong in your last article. Like, step it up.
Hey, man, at least MG knows I'm not copy-pasting everything if I misspelled everything.
Twitter is the lowest form of human life is what's going on over there. All right, it is Jake Shapiro in for the day. We're going to have a ton of fun throughout the day. Really grateful you guys are with us. The Tribe is you plus us, and Tribe Roll Call is who are you, where are you, what you doing for $1. Same deal for our truckers. Y'all make the world go round. So Trucker Roll Call, who are you, where are you, what you hauling? 2 places to hit us up. 303-713-1043 is the ramoslaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of every text. And then over on YouTube, you can watch the show at youtube.com/DenverSports. Click that Dover and Cecil stream. Participate in the Tribe chat right there. Powered by Sean Ponda. Hit us up. We'll be all over that with Tribe Roll Call. We want to give you guys a shout out. You literally keep us employed. So appreciate that, and let us give you, your company, or your route, if you're one of those truckers, a shout out here on the show. All right, we're going to keep the Avs conversation going, then get into some nugs with Jake at 10:30. Jake, I thought the goalie conversation was over and done, but maybe not. Maybe we do have to have that conversation again. Who's the best netminder for tonight's Game 4? We'll answer that next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Game on! Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
I've got to tell you about Champ Honda. If you're looking for an SUV that can handle Colorado, check out the new 2026 Honda CR-V. It's comfortable, capable, and perfect for everything from your daily drive to weekend getaways. Right now, Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you've got more options than ever. And I love this. Champ Honda does things differently. Their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy means a fair price up front and way less time at the dealership. They never charge dealer handling fees.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You could sleep through the night without thinking twice. You could take a seat in the middle of the theater. You could drive without worry of where the next restroom is. You used to say yes, and somewhere along the way, you stopped. Not because of one big moment, because of 100 small ones. A little more urgency, one more trip to the bathroom at 2 a.m., one more mental note about where the restroom is. It happened slowly enough that it just became you. But it's not you. It's enlarged prostate, and there's a treatment called aquablation therapy, the only ultrasound-guided robotic-assisted therapy for enlarged prostate. Find an aquablation therapist near you. Call Aquablation Denver at 720-637-9567, 720-637-9567. That's 720-637-9567. All surgical treatments carry risks, and results may vary. Side effects may include urinary symptoms, mild pain, ejaculatory dysfunction, or infection. In rare cases, complications to the urethra and rectum may occur. Aquablation therapy may not be right for everyone. Talk to your urologist to learn more. Visit aquablationdenver.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're talking all things Avs as Game 4 is tonight, but Game 3 was an absolute beatdown. My man Jake Shapiro is sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, and we want to hear from you guys for Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. RamosLaw.com text lines open all day. Put your name on the end of your text to get a shout-out, 303-713-1043. YouTube.com/DenverSports to watch, participate, hit up the Tribe chat. That's sponsored by Champ Honda. We appreciate everybody hitting us up to make the show flow. Gabe checked in first. Jake, he says Tribe Roll Call. He's in the city of Longmont running the street sweeper. What do you is the street sweeper like the equivalent of the Zamboni? Is it cool for 4 seconds and then you're like, what's going on here?
No, it's like the city Zamboni. It's kind of cool. Which, by the way, not technically called a Zamboni, an ice resurfacer. Zamboni's a company,
Really?
So it's not like Kleenex. You know, like Kleenex is Kleenex.
Yeah.
It's actually tissue paper,
Right.
because they're the brand. I think it's probably really cool to run that job. Like someone grew up looking at the street sweeper go by and go, I want to be that one day, and then turned into that. So shout out that guy.
Well, and I will say, as you, a homeowner now, and I have a home of like, they put up signs in the neighborhood. It's like street sweeping coming next week. And I'm like, oh, finally,
Yes.
we're going to get some street sweeping going on.
I literally looked because, it starts in April here in Denver. I looked maybe mid-March and I go, these streets are disgusting. Where's the street sweeper? So this guy's like my hero. I was looking forward to him for weeks.
I made a mistake. Kevin Kistner can vouch for this. When we moved into the new home that we're in now, I was super lazy last fall and I just blow leaves into the street. And then it would snow on them, and it made the front of my house look disgusting. I won't do that again, but I learned my lesson. But then I'm like, God, please let the street sweeper come. I look like a scrub with all that stuff in front of my house.
You need the compost bin, my guy.
I do. That's exactly what I needed. All right, we'll get to some Tribe roll call text. I did want to talk about this goaltender. I mean, is controversy the right word, Jake? Where are you at with this? Because I've been the Scott Wedgwood guy. Going back to like March, I'm like, he's separating himself. He looks different. I'm more confident when he's between the pipes. Not that I don't have confidence in Mackenzie Blackwood. I just have more in Scott Wedgwood. Then happens Saturday night, and I really do agree with what Jared Bednar said. He was like, he's trying to be too aggressive. And I don't know if that's, he maybe saw the writing on the wall early from what his guys were not doing, and he said, I'm going to have to go do this. But he was being a little bit too aggressive. I mean, he loses a stick in one instance, and the Kaprizov thing where he's just by himself out in front. He wasn't awful, but he wasn't good either.
Well, that second goal that he loses his stick on, he changed his positioning in the net really subtly to be more aggressive because he lost his stick, and he got totally exposed by one of the best players in hockey because of it in Quinn Hughes. Then you look at that goal Hartman scores where he takes it out of the air. He got so aggressive on that deflection that he went to it's like, oh, a changeup's coming at me. I got to go hit a home run off of it. And then all of a sudden it sped up because Hartman slapped it, right? So he was really aggressive on two of those goals. And I look at this, and I know you're the Wedgwood guy, Josh, but Jared Bednar hasn't been. Jared Bednar has said over and over.
He leaves that door open.
The door is open. This is a tandem. And he finally played that card. I wanted him to play it in Game 2 or Game 4 in LA. I thought Blackwood getting some sort of run would be important towards later on in this postseason. And I do feel like now maybe there could be some regret for not giving him game action for almost a month, because I do believe that if this is a goaltending tandem and your first goalie now has failed you, he got pulled, it's time for Blackwood to have a game. So if I'm Jared Bednar, and what I've been saying all year long is it's a tandem, I'm probably starting Mackenzie Blackwood tonight, which is really risky because I'm with you in the sense that Wedgwood's the better goalie right now, but you can't be saying one thing out of your mouth and doing another thing with your players.
Well, and it's now he keeps saying that they're both so confident, and Mackenzie was the one up until tonight or today that's like, no, he still has eyes on this. He's still giving all of his resources to Scott Wedgwood. I mean, how much, if you go back and forth, Jake, that's like human nature of you're the guy. Oh, you're not the guy. Well, you're the guy again. Eventually, that confidence is going to crack for one of those dudes, and it's going to sound weird, but like you're stuck with one of them with that mindset.
Yeah, and I don't think that's ever going to happen with Scott Wedgwood because he is a career backup.
That's just he knows his role.
Yeah, and he's excited anytime he plays, and he's always ready to go, and a long break doesn't affect him because he's been through it. And this isn't a guy that's like a career backup in the NHL. He was a career backup in the AHL and the ECHL too. Right. Like, this is a guy that is not going to happen to. The guy I worry about and have worried about the entire time is Mackenzie Blackwood, because not only was he a hot shot prospect and, a starting level goaltender at every level, but he's your guy for the next several years. You already have an extension, so you can't lose him not only for the rest of this playoff run, but for you as a club moving forward. And I know this is like the politics of sports people hate, but this is real stuff. And oh, by the way, if you just want to look at it as like what's going to happen in this postseason, I do think there's a real chance one of your goalies gets hurt at one time. It happens all the time.
Knock on wood when you say it.
Look what happened to Bo. Things happen. So you need both goalies ready to go. I mean, the Avs won the Cup last time a goalie got hurt. A goalie got hurt, and Francouz carried them against the Oilers.
It was a healthy split that year when they won the Cup.
And it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah.
So I just think you need both goalies confident and ready to go at any time. And I think giving Blackwood the start tonight would keep both goalies in the right mindset.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not down on Mackenzie Blackwood. I was just higher on Scott Wedgwood, but that aggressive conversation that's exactly what it was. It's almost like he's trying to do a little too much to show. It's like I got to look over my shoulder. Let me show you how good I am. And then ultimately, now, he didn't get a lot of help in front of him, but ultimately wasn't a ton of mistakes. The other thought I had watching that is just, all right, it was all Minnesota. Like I said, for 55 of the 60 minutes, it was all Minnesota. That's just, hey, we're this good team. We're here for a reason. Yes, they're the best team. Yes, they have the President's Trophy and everything that comes with the Avalanche, but they're not that much different than us. How much confidence do you think the Wild have now? Because that's what I'm worried about is, this is, you dominate for a couple of those games. Not dominate, but in game 2 you were in control. And now there's life from the Minnesota Wild of like, all right, it's a playoff series now. No one's lost on their home ice like they always say, but this thing's real now.
Series hasn't started yet, Josh.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. I look at it like this. Minnesota knows they're one of the best teams in hockey, if not the best in their minds. They had a long series against Dallas. They have very little time to prepare for Colorado, have 2 quick games in succession. Yeah, they got dominated in game 2, but I don't think their confidence ever wavered. They were thinking, we're going to get Eriksson Ek back. It's going to be fine, blah, blah, blah. They go to game 3, take care of home ice. I think the goal for them the entire time is to win this in 6, stealing game 5, or win this in 7, getting game 7. I don't think part of their plan was ever splitting with the Avs in the first 2 games. It would have been nice if it happened.
Yeah.
So I don't sense any wavering of confidence from the Minnesota Wild. And I mean, look at that building, Josh. I don't think their fans have any sense of doubt after winning 5-1 against the Avs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they were rolling on Saturday night. A couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call. Our dude Andy in Golden. I don't know what this is, but I like this. Says, good morning, fellas. Full-time quester here. What is a quester?
I'm going to look it up.
Says, I'm unpacking the boat from a 3-day Mother's Day float on the Colorado River in Ruby Horse Thief Canyon. I love listening. Keep up the great work. That is Andy in Golden. I don't know what a quester is, but that sounds awesome, whatever he just did for 3 days on the Colorado River.
It's got to be like an expedition, like you're leading the quest,
Yes.
So I would have never used that word, but obviously he knows better than us. But so he's like on the Colorado River, like hiking and climbing and like, that's cool, man.
That's a sweet life right there.
I was in Glenwood this weekend and I was looking at the Colorado River. I'm like, man, this thing's magical. So
Glenwood is so awesome. Was that where you guys went for the wife's birthday?
Yeah, we went to the hot springs
Dude,
last night.
It is awesome. It is awesome up there. So you drove up and then drove back down?
All in a day.
Dang, nice. What's Hanging Lake? Is it still
Well, I didn't check out Hanging Lake, but
it was closed forever
because of the wildfire, which was the biggest in state history, and that canyon is still pretty scarred from it.
Oh,
so
really?
I don't know if Hanging Lake is still open. I know they were doing some like reservation system. I've never actually been there.
Dude,
it's
it
like
is
Colorado
great.
bucket list of things I haven't done.
Yeah,
so.
you've like done everything Colorado.
I haven't been to the paint mines. I've done a couple. See, the things me and Kistner were talking about this the other day while you guys were on air. The things Jake hasn't done, because like I've done a lot of things.
Yeah.
I've never been to Applebee's.
What?
I've never been to Chili's.
Dollaritas, dude.
Right.
Let's have a night.
I've also never been to Hanging Lake. So it's like there's like on each end of the spectrum there's some misses.
All right, we will continue our conversation with the Avs coming up in that 11 o'clock hour. Keep your Tribe Roll Call text and YouTube chats going. We'll get to as many of those as we can, but I mentioned it. Jake Shapiro's in the building for Cecil all day, so we got to talk about what's going on with these Colorado Avalanche. We'll hear a little bit from David Alderman and get Jake's takeaways from Friday's presser next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and I am never going back. Soda weight loss now. Soda Diet and Nutrition.com, and thank them very much for getting my swagger back, my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to learning how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is real weight loss done the right way. It's Soda Weight Loss. Soda Diet and Nutrition.com. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. And right now, you can join, and your partner joins free. That's 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Real food, real results. There's no mystery pills, no mystery injections. You've got a real nutritionist that is available via text to answer your questions, concerns, and then just give you straight up encouragement sometime through your weight loss journey. And now, down 60 pounds and never going back. I can thank the people at Soda, and I love them so much. You'll love them as well. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, online, 866-800-SODA. It's Soda Weight Loss. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
She may live close by. She may have passed, or while not your mom, a caring person in your life. Even Mother Earth could be celebrated on Mother's Day. This is Jay Rickstrew with Alpine Bank, member FDIC, wishing mothers in all their glorious forms a happy Mother's Day. The attention you give, the thoughtful ear, the caring touch, you truly make a difference. From moms in the professional space to those at home, you work around the clock doing everything you can to support the ones you love. It's quite a job. One Alpine Bank and so many others deeply appreciate. Whoever this special person is in your life, Mother's Day is your commitment to give thanks. A quiet moment, a candle lit, a phone call, a gift, a meal shared. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Brendan Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit TRA.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What can...
All right, we are talking some Nuggets here. Jake Shapiro in for Cecil Lammey. He was live over there at Ball Arena for the end-of-season press conference for David Adelman, Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and Jonathan Wallace were all taking questions. It didn't seem like there were a lot of questions for Ben Tenzer or Jonathan Wallace, but why were they doing it that day for those guys?
I felt so bad for them because I have so many questions for Ben and John, like, hey, how are you going to approach your first draft with picks as the GMs? You know, I have questions for David Adelman, too. But none of them were the story because Josh Kroenke blessed us with his once-a-year media appearance, and every question, you know, there's a million things to ask Josh.
Yeah, there is, and I was, if you were listening to the show Friday, you know that I was like, I said the word heartbroken hearing that nonsense because it was not good answers. The fact that Josh Kroenke talked about how Adelman handled his team while Nikola was hurt. They played, 88 games? And you want to talk about a 16-7 game sample size, which is what kept the guy the job. That's what you said, right? That's what you told us. That your team played almost 90 basketball games and you decided to make this or not make a change on a 16-game sample size. Jake, explain that one to me.
Josh, David Adelman is the coach of the Denver Nuggets because the Nuggets beat up a bunch of bottom-tier Eastern Conference teams without Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
It was about what the Nuggets could do without their star player that David Adelman is the head coach of the Nuggets today for a second season, rather than what they didn't do with their star player. It was such absurd logic and just a way to explain away how cheap they want to be. That's all that was.
Yeah, and now it's I had a bunch of questions last year of like, man, they're just going to give this guy the gig without any outside searches of a 7-7 playoff record, and okay, they won the 54 games, and now he's 9-11 as a head coach in the playoffs, which is not good enough ever. Certainly not good enough when you have a guy like Nikola Jokic. I would just say it's so hard. It feels like. And next year, we're not even there yet, but next year when we get to training camp and they go out to San Diego and they do their thing or wherever they end up going, next year feels like you've had a dead-end job before, haven't you? Where you're just like, oh, I just go here and I show up and I go through the motions so I can get a paycheck and blow it on the weekends with my friends. That's what Nuggets basketball feels like right now. Let's just go through the motions next year. They won't win an NBA championship, and then maybe their owner will do something.
When the CEO of the company is telling you over and over again what we did was good enough, then you're going to show up with not needing to play like a champion.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of Josh said. To me, it was so bizarre because I walked out of that press conference going, why was that such like an overwhelmingly positive press conference? Like there was, it was a bummer we lost. They talked more about the stretch without Jokic in January than they did about the playoff loss to the Wolves that had all the exact same problems, Josh, that the other playoff loss to the Wolves had. Yeah. Like there was almost no difference between the two series except you lost in one fewer game. It really hurt to watch all of that as a Nuggets fan myself, as someone that's very close to this team and sees a lot that goes on. And I think it completely, all of the things Josh Kroenke said were true and fair. They were not the proper takeaways from this season. Mm-hmm. And that's the part that bothers me of there is something rotten within the organization and within this core that does not work any longer in 2026 in the NBA. It worked a couple years ago, but it doesn't work. And last year, what they did was they fired the highest paid, best coach they've ever had to address that same issue that they're not addressing this year.
Yeah.
All it is it's reactionary. Last year we did this and it didn't work, so this year we're going to do the other thing and see if it works. It's not going to work.
See, and that's what bugs me of like Adelman did it, Josh did it a couple of times we're in our walls in this locker room, well, we're in it, that sort of stuff of like, okay, yeah, and you're in it as much as anybody, not the day-to-day traveling with the team in the locker room where coach is addressing, but you're there as much as anybody, and it didn't feel like it felt like Josh has this. Well, he's just out of touch of what's going on there.
Josh isn't in the walls. Josh is at Arsenal. Mm-hmm. So what is he talking about? Last year he's even like, oh man, I wasn't here all the time. That's on me. I got to do better. So maybe he was here a little bit more, but he's at Rams. He's at Arsenal.
Yep.
He's even at Rapids sometimes. He missed half a Nuggets playoff game to be at a Rapids Messi game. So he ain't always there.
Was he fixing the board or what was he doing out there?
The video, it was at Empower Field, and thankfully the Broncos owners make sure their video boards work. Yeah. So that wasn't a problem there. David Adelman, meanwhile, multiple times throughout the playoffs, and I was very vocal about this on social media as well as in my columns postgame, it didn't seem like he had a proper grasp of what was going on with his team in the moment, in the game, or even from game to game after he had time to think about it. So to say, I'm in these walls, I know what's up, I don't think you do, because you didn't.
And there's almost like, for David Adelman specifically, the messages, because I think there were multiple that he was having to send, and maybe that's, and I'm reading your work, like, yeah, you had to tinker so much because of injuries. I get that. But what what was the one, like identity we talk about all the time? What's the one underlying identity? Yes, we're hurt, but this is what we do. Yes, Joker's having a bad night, but this is what we do. There was never any of that. And I think he was chasing his tail literally so much that you're telling your employees, your players, hey, I need you to do this. I need you to do this. I need you to do this. And then that guy is going like, dude, what the hell do you need me to do? What is my job? What is my role?
That was the best Adelman quote to me, was him talking about, hey, we had so many injuries that one night we were a three-point shooting team. The next night we were a pound-the-paint team, and I've always wanted to be a pound-the-paint coach, and sometimes we had to win by defense. The Nuggets couldn't establish an identity this year because of the roster changes and because of the injuries.
So you think that's something he was seeking out?
Yes, and I do think that he is valid in all of that because I saw it. I was talking about it on Shapiro and Piro all year long. This team doesn't have an identity. They can't build an identity because these guys can't stay on the floor together. And finally, when they did stay on the court together, it was against a bunch of teams that were trying to tank at the end of the year, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
So I believe what David Adelman is saying is true. I think that is a proper takeaway. I'm not going to go at him for that one. But there are still so many fundamental issues with this team that went unaddressed that it's skewing the picture to write this all off as it was an incomplete because we were so injured, especially when one of the first things that same head coach says after they lose in Game 6 to end their season is the training staff has to be better. He said it in more words. He didn't say it as direct. And I sensed a tension between the training staff all year and David Adelman and when he was getting information about injuries, when guys were available, when guys weren't available. So I feel bad for him because he can't figure out how they want to play tonight because he doesn't know who's going to play.
Yeah.
That stinks. But it also is a problem when your owner's talking about we spend every single dollar possible off the floor, but yeah, we like to prefer it on the court when you're one of two teams in the NBA without a practice facility. And you're talking about a training staff issue. Well, your training staff would probably be a little bit better if they had a state-of-the-art facility.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much Dan Sheminsky and those guys make, but I can tell you the Nuggets have one of the cheapest head coaches in the league and one of the cheapest assistant coaching staffs in the league. So I'm assuming their training staff's probably in line with that.
Well, it's, again, you know Felipe. I know Felipe. He was just there and then worked, I'll use quotes around, worked his way up to get the position that he's in now.
And Felipe is allowed to be in that position and train Jokic, but they're also allowed to have multiple other trainers. Right. They don't need one guy.
Right. You can keep Joker's guy and then build around him.
Correct. There's no salary cap to the training staff. No one's looking going, oh, in L.A., they've got a team-friendly deal on their trainer.
Right.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. All right, a couple texts. Our guy Zach's checking in for Tribe Roll Call. He's catering for the Thompson School District in Loveland and says, let's go Abs. Yeah, we certainly are down for that. Troy, I'll check in with the folks from North Glen, Jake. Troy from North Glen, Minnesota. Oh, Minnesota. I still have family in Minnesota. They're telling me that Colorado looks scared Saturday night. I don't know that they were scared, but they were not the better team. So, Troy, congratulations on getting out of the hellhole that is Minnesota and getting into the beautiful city that is North Glen, Colorado.
Well, he's going to want to keep listening to the show because we have some big Avalanche news, Josh. I don't know if you've checked your phone.
Oh, I have not. We will get to that coming up next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Game on! Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? DenverSports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
How about 60 seconds that'll make you actually feel good for a change? Hey, Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. You've heard me talk about the best free meal in Denver. And I had some listeners that had heard me talk about how I used to love to make brisket, but with outrageous beef prices, we just couldn't afford to do it anymore. We can't afford to feed that many people. Well, a guy, Barbecue Bob, showed up to one of our first and third Thursdays with a couple $1,000s of brisket so he could just help people. We're going to make free brisket here coming up in the next couple months for our best free meal in Denver. And then another guy, Fred, who runs the Ace Hardwares over on Gartrell Road and Arapahoe Crossing. He said, from now on, all your fuel you need for that barbecue is on me. And another guy, Bobby Hancock from IHOP. He fed our volunteers and gave thousands of dollars worth of gift certificates to our people that take advantage of the best free meal in Denver. If you want to help, you can. Just spread the word. It's the best free meal in Denver every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. And if you have any questions, just call us at 303-LAW-4040.
My father started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop. And I opened our Cherry Creek North store in 1973. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams. I literally grew up here in the jewelry business, grading diamonds and gemstones and designing custom jewelry for families just like yours.
Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find our curated collections, including Hearts on Fire, Liga Bahar, Sloan Street, Mastaloni pearls, and dozens more.
And a diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that Tag Heuer sporting watches and pre-owned Rolex timepieces, all at the guaranteed best prices in Colorado.
At Williams Jewelers, we're proudly old school Cherry Creek North, where people and sweet puppies are always welcome.
And where you'll always be treated just like our father would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Choose one of Wendy's new Biggie deals. For a pretty Biggie deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit of Avs news, something that's going on right now out in Minnesota. Before we do that, there's two things we got to tell you about. Every day this week in our lunch hour, right at noon, at 12:15, at 12:30, you never know, but at some point every day this week from noon to 1, we're going to have a pair of tickets to the PRCA Rodeo going down July 17th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. You're going to have to race to the hotline, and you never know what caller we're going to be looking for. So like I said, at noon every day, we are going to be giving away one of these prizes in that lunch hour. We're also trying to hook somebody up with a little lake day Get to the lake in style. Jake, if you download the Denver Sports app, enter our Day at the Lake contest. It's going to give you a chance to win everything you need for a perfect lake day. A couple of paddle boards, a couple of chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker so you can blare Ella Langley on the beach, and a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler. Download the Denver Sports app now and enter that contest. That's a pretty sweet little day. You a lake guy?
Of course.
Little paddle boards.
Jake rhymes with lake.
Oh, of course. We do kayak. I got like a fishing kayak, and my lady has a kayak where she just took everything out and just tans in it. And so I fish, and she just lays there. It's great.
You have a lot more patience than I do, just in general, and I know that about you as your friend. I'm on the kayak, and I'm, like, splashing. Like, I'm going places. I got to see what's over there. I got to see what's over here. But I love the lake for that. I'm like, oh, I can see so many things.
So hit up the app, get in on the contest. All right, we mentioned this Avs news. Now, there's actually a couple of things. Eriksson Ek will not play tonight. He is not going in game number 4. Didn't go in 3, and the Wild got it done. The other tweet we're seeing from our buddy Evan Rawal of the Denver Gazette, friend of the show, Mackenzie Blackwood is warming up in the Avs starter net. It looks like it is going down. I asked you at 10:15, Jake, is there controversy here? Is there conversation to be had? And apparently there is. I feel like controversy is kind of overplaying it, but it looks like Mackenzie Blackwood's getting his first start of the playoffs tonight.
Yeah, it's not like Sean rolled out and willingly put Jarrett in there instead of Bo. You know what I mean? Like, they've been saying all along that it's both of these guys. It's not one of these guys. And look, they won the Jennings Trophy this year, which is a combined goalie trophy that goes to the team with the best goaltending tandem. They won that as a tandem. It wasn't one of them. This all year long was the Avs' strategy, and it's key to remember that, Josh, as the Avs have gotten off to a good start in this postseason, so they've stuck with Wedgwood. It's not like all year long Wedgwood was the guy. They're going to Wedgwood every night. We know who's going to be in net. Blackwood started 36 games this year. Would have started more, only didn't because he got hurt, which is why Wedgwood took over as the number 1 goalie. I have a lot of confidence with Mackenzie Blackwood in net, maybe not as much as Scott Wedgwood, but given what I've been talking about and what the Avs need to make a Stanley Cup run and go all the way, all 16 games, right? They need Blackwood at some point, and right now is an opportunity to give Blackwood a chance because the opportunity has presented itself.
It is going back and looking at what Blackwood and Scott were able to do in the regular season against these teams. Each of them got 2 starts. Each of them were 1-1. Mackenzie Blackwood gave up 6 goals in those 2 games. Now the Avs scored 7, and like I said, they did go 1-1. Scott Wedgwood, on the other hand, also 1-1. He only gives up 5 goals, and his team scores 5 goals, so it's kind of an even split right there. It is what you said. It's a luxury for Jared Bednar. It's an unknown for the Wild. I think this is, in a weird way, it's like advantage Avalanche because the Wild don't know who's going to be in net. Now, they know today because we're learning this all in real time, and you do have that confidence. If my confidence level for Scott Wedgwood is at a 10, it's at an 8.8 for Mackenzie Blackwood.
So you feel slightly worse about the Avs' chances to win tonight?
I do.
Okay, let me put this in a strategy way and kind of tricking yourself mentally because hockey coaches do this.
Yeah, talk me into it.
So you either win game 4 with your backup goalie, basically, and you're now 3-1, coming back home with 2 chances to win in Denver, or it's 2-2, you still have home ice, and you know what? We lost game 4, but our backup goalie was playing.
Yeah. That is a good way to look at it.
So you feel good either way.
But 2-2, like I said, with Minnesota, they have all the momentum right now. They win this one tonight, all the momentum coming back to Colorado, and then you've put the Minnesota Wild with Zuccarello, with Matt Boldy, with Quinn Hughes, with Kirill Kaprizov, with all of these names, with Eriksson Ek on his way back with momentum and going, ooh, we got both goaltenders.
I love that you started with Zuccarello just because you like his name.
I do like his name. Plus, he had that goal off who he bounced it right off dude's thigh the other day. That was sweet.
Yeah, man, I get what you're saying in the momentum and the confidence, and the Wild can certainly build some momentum and confidence in this series, but the Colorado Avalanche have to feel very strongly about defending home ice as the President's Trophy winning team, as a team that has not lost on home ice in the playoffs, as one who has been historically pretty good at home ice in the playoffs the last couple years. So I wouldn't be too worried if this series is 2-2. Ultimately, this, again, is probably the Stanley Cup final right here. And whatever gets you through this series is going to be enough to probably get you through the Western Conference the way things are shaping up. So I do like the mental trick, per se, of playing Blackwood and whatever happens, happens. The interesting question here is if Blackwood, let's say, wins 2-1, 3-1, is he your starter for Game 5 now, too, because it's a goaltending tandem? And I think the answer is yes.
Bednar kind of told us all year long, whoever looks good, I'm riding the hot hand. I'm just going to keep going with that guy. If McKenzie wins tonight, it's McKenzie's net until proven otherwise.
And I don't think Wedgwood, again, looked bad in Game 3.
I don't either.
But he didn't look good, and he's looked good the entire postseason. He finally didn't look good, and we're talking about looking good, not who's not looking bad.
Yes.
Because it's about winning a cup, not just surviving.
I mean, we said it. It's Kaprizov out in front by himself. You lose your stick, and a little bit of that's on you, and then a Hartman goal where whacks that thing out of the air. It's just really good play from the other side. And at that point, it's over.
But you were already out of position on 2 of the 3 goals
we
talked about.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's part of the problem is when you're this deep into the Stanley Cup playoffs and you're trying to win the cup, it's not about your goaltending doing enough. It's about your goaltending stealing you games. Your goalie has to stand on his head and win you games. I don't think the Avs lost Game 3 because Jesper Wallstad stood on his head, per se. The Avs didn't have enough chances, but the Avs will lose one game in this playoff run because a goalie simply gets the better of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar for 60 minutes.
Jesper is just such a... My buddy Chris, what's up, Chris? Had a dog growing up named Jasper, and it was like this huge fat dog. But it would get out of the fence regularly, and then, we're teenagers, like, the Jasper's out, go catch him. I'm like, I'm going to catch this dog immediately. And this giant fat dog, like, breaking the ankles of these 16-year-olds that thought they were athletic. So every time you say, I could just say, Wallstedt, you said Jesper, and I'm like, wait a minute. Not Jasper, Jesper. What a weird name that is. Jesper.
The soft J names, Jesper Wallstedt. Yeah.
I don't like what he said after. Did you hear what he said Saturday?
No, what did he say?
He was being interviewed by a Minnesota person. He's like flipping his hair back, which was annoying too because it looked so cool. And he's like, well, they got one, but that was lucky. I'm like, what? Okay, maybe you feel it's lucky, but your dude ran right into Gabe Landeskog and gave them the goal.
So Fabio's out here going, they may end up with one woman, but I'm Fabio.
Yeah, exactly.
That was lucky of them.
He literally like flipped his hair back. I was like, that was lucky. I'm like, you son of a... Looking handsome, talking junk about my team? Did not like it.
Climbing up the city rankings of places people from Denver hate. Minnesota, man. Both the Twin Cities.
Yeah.
I mean, based off of what we've been through the last couple of years, I mean, I'm getting some bad feelings about people from there.
Dude, the weird thing, I told Kevin this a bunch of like, you know how I am. Like, if I hate you, you're on the list forever.
Yeah.
I think the Minnesota basketball team, the Timberwolves, they might have earned themselves off of my hate list and to my respect, almost envious list. Anthony Edwards is must-watch television when he's playing basketball. And I can't hate a guy that tries that hard. I can't hate a coach that comes up and says in the next round, I told my team they got punked. And I'm like, wow, David Adelman. You know what I mean? Like, I respect the Timberwolves, not so much the Wild.
Can I help you?
Yeah.
Can A-Rod's their owner.
Okay, that does help. Yeah.
Get
For
you back,
now,
get you
right?
back to the sane side of like, come on, man. But I mean, the black jerseys with the little Timberwolves on the
sick,
side. I mean,
dude.
that's sick. Kevin Garnett, legend, obviously. Like, I'm with you. And to me, what happened in Game 6 and Game 5 was so impressive from the Wolves to even give the Nuggets a shot in Game 5 and then win Game 6. I came away with that series not mad or hating the Wolves at all, just upset with the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas 2024, I'm like, man, blank this team.
I mean, that was Anthony was different. That was the chair, right? Didn't he do that?
No, that was 23.
Oh, okay.
He did the chair. 24 was the Heat Pack, Jamal.
Yes, there we go.
So
that's it. Yeah.
Guys just throwing stuff. No one threw anything in this series.
Yeah, I guess we did upgrade a little bit. By the way, on our tribe chat on YouTube, our DenverSports YouTube page, Mel in Denver and Tommy Gunner going back and forth said, how screwed are we? Wedgwood's out of the game, and Mike Evans gave a guarantee that the Avs win. That's for tonight. So, new goaltender and an Evans guarantee might have been the kiss of death, says our YouTubers.
I liked what Mike Evans said this morning. It made a lot of sense to me, which made me wonder if I drank enough coffee this morning.
Yeah, where's your head at if you're on the same page as one Mike Evans? All right, good news. The The Avalanche can get right tonight, and we know it's going to be Mackenzie Blackwood in net. I want to hear a little bit from Jared Bednar. He talked yesterday, Jake, and there was a couple things he had to say. We talked about bigger bodies being more physical out in front of the net. Did he call out one of the guys we were talking about in hour one? You'll find out next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL. Which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we'd love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work. The playoffs bring out the teams that perform when the pressure is highest and every possession matters. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a streaky shooter. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, take the high percentage shot. Visit piperelectric.com.
Your medication for enlarged prostate is working. That's what you tell yourself. You're up 3 times a night instead of 5. The urgency is manageable. The stream's not great, but it's fine. That's the problem. Fine. Enlarged prostate, or BPH, doesn't pause because the medication takes the edge off. The prostate keeps growing. The bladder keeps working harder. And over time, those changes can be harder to reverse. But surgery? Not for you, right? Aquablation is not the surgery you're picturing. It's the only ultrasound-guided, robotic-assisted therapy for enlarged prostate. Don't wait until things become unbearable. Find an Aquablation urologist near you. Call Aquablation Denver at 720-637-9567. 720-637-9567. That's 720-637-9567. All surgical treatments carry risks, and results may vary. Side effects may include urinary symptoms, mild pain, ejaculatory dysfunction, or infection. In rare cases, complications to the urethra and rectum may occur. Aquablation therapy may not be right for everyone. Talk to your urologist to learn more. Visit aquablationdenver.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
back with us tomorrow. Want to hear from you guys? Hit us up in 2 different ways. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. YouTube page is open. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Tribe Chat is sponsored by Sean Honda. Hit us up there. I want to hear a little bit from Jared Bednar because, Jake, earlier in the show, we talked about guys that have to do a little bit more. I love that you brought up the physicality. Guys that have to do a little bit more, making sure that the goaltender, who looks like it's going to be Mackenzie Blackwood tonight, has a clear path and can see pucks coming his way. First up, before we get into, so Coach Bednar talked to the media on Sunday. Before we dive deep into that, he was not very happy. About as upset as you'll hear at Jared Bednar press conference is what we got Saturday when the question was effort. Was there enough effort from your team, Coach?
I don't coach that. I mean, I can't give... It's not something we're coaching, you know. It's something that we felt, okay? We saw where the level of that game went to with their team, and now we have to respond and answer in kind. It's like, what am I going to do, walk in and say we got to be more determined and compete harder? Like, it's... They'll hear it and they'll see it. They're going to see the video, and the video doesn't lie, right? But it's something that comes from within. It's not my job to sort of coach that out of them. I'll do what I have to do when we enter the next game, and as far as deployment, but like we got to look within a little bit here and get ready to go for a big hockey game.
All right, so there's a couple things for me in there, Jake. Now one, he doesn't really go at his guys like that, and believe it or not, as cool, calm, and collected as he sounded, that's him kind of going at his guys, and he's messing with the mic the whole time. That's why I'm like, oh, he is uncomfortable because he keeps doing this with his hands.
He's not trained in it like us, Josh, to be fair.
You're right. Look, dude, I told you in the hour one, and now hearing it, I love that quote. I absolutely love that he takes to the podium, and then he went on to say, hey, I don't say anything up here that they already don't know, that I already have not said to my team, which is what all good coaches do. But that is such the right message. He's basically saying, hey, guys, self-police. You didn't show up. The film's going to show you that. We're all going to be embarrassed when we watch the tape of what went wrong on Saturday night in game number 3. Somebody else do something. I shouldn't have to motivate you. And we know there's plenty of guys in that locker room that will do exactly that.
Do you happen to know who the 3rd and 4th youngest players on the Avs are?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. It's Marty Necas.
Yeah, he's always crazy, like 26 years old, right?
He is 27, and he's 27, and Cale Makar is 4th.
Okay.
The reason I make this point is Marty Necas, 3rd youngest player on the team, has played in 73 career playoff games, and Cale Makar has played in 86.
Wow.
These are the youngest guys on the team. So I am with Jared Bednar. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They've been through it so many times. Like, the only guys in their locker room that really haven't been through it are, like, Malinsky, and Kelly was in the series last year. Drury's gotten, like, hints of playing here and there. But even, like, the new guys, like Kulak was in the Stanley Cup final last year.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't need to go in there and go, man, this game 3 is really important, guys, because if you don't step it up, we're going to go home. Like, they know. And that's the thing is, a real champion level team doesn't need motivation because Lord Stanley's Cup at the end is enough motivation. So I loved that quote from Jared Bednar in a lot of senses. And I'm not worried about the Avs mentality moving forward because of their coach is in tune with their team. And Nate and Gabe will look at themselves as leaders and go, yeah, you know what? We didn't have it tonight. Like, that's just not it. So I'm with all the people that believe that manufacturer desperation isn't a thing. I think that's part of it. So I love that quote from Bednar. And yeah, it is a little bit of a call out to a couple guys on the team that maybe aren't bringing that physicality.
Well, a couple of those guys, and we mentioned them by name. One is Val Nichushkin. You need more out of these guys. I think Brock Nelson, now physically, Brock's not going to be this dominant stature or go get bodies on the boards. But how about this Saturday night? Brock Nelson, 0 shot attempts, 5-on-5. And I didn't even realize this. Credit goes to Spivak. Dude, he hasn't scored on a goaltender. So he's got a couple empty netters, but he hasn't scored on a goaltender since March 28th. March 28th was the last time Brock Nelson scored a goal against a goaltender.
I'm trying to think about what was happening in the world in March 28th. That was a long time ago.
That feels like forever ago, doesn't it?
That's a crazy stat. And by the way, he was on the goal on the left side when Kaprizov just comes marching down. Like, he could have stopped him and passed Kulak off to the other guy that was on that weak side.
That's what it was. Kulak and or Brock are just
standing there,
watching him take the position on the ice that he took.
I mean, it's not a breakaway, but it like literally was because both guys were just standing there doing nothing.
Every guy on the Avs was in the offensive zone for the Wild.
Right.
Kaprizov just came charging in.
It was like, whoa, no one's ever done this before.
So Brock definitely has to be better. He was outstanding all season and now hasn't scored a goal on a goalie since March 28th. But I also thought, again, Bednar doesn't call guys out regularly in a public light. Listen to what this is yesterday, when he's asked about Val showing some frustration on the ice.
I have noticed it more. You're going to have to work through it. It's a frustrating time of year, playoffs. Guys that want to produce, it's hard to produce, and it's like, I think it's something that you got to work through. It's like, so as a coach for me, it's like this morning, talking about some of those things and like, well, why are we frustrated here and what led to that frustration, right? So there's details in the game for me that I can help with, not just Val, but other forwards on our team. Like, you're feeling frustration last night, this is why. Okay, then I can show them clips of, even say, if I just using the jury line, for example, they don't look frustrated here. Why are they spending time in no zone play? The difference is, to me, when you watch our team all the time and you're breaking it down in video, they're obvious, right? So if this group does a little bit more of what that group did, you're going to spend more time and get to play in no zone play. And it's nothing more complicated than that. It's just trying to paint a picture on how you can spend some more time in there, things you can do to try and create offense, and kind of looking at Minnie and what they're doing, and if we know what to expect, and you can sort of find workarounds to spend some time in there and create some scoring chances.
All right, and then at the beginning there, and dude, it wasn't just that quote where he referenced the jury line, Parker Kelly and the guys you're talking about. He mentioned them a couple of times, talking about how much they work off of one another and what they're doing and how he's not seeing that. But up front there, he's like, yeah, he's going to have to work through it. That's a message for so many people, not just Val, but he's calling out Val in that moment.
And not to open up an old wound of Val's playoff past, but I do think it's worth exploring the fact that during the Cup run, he was arguably the third or fourth best player on the team, and during the actual final series, he was probably the best player on the team. He had 15 points in those 20 games for the Avs.
Damn.
2 years later, he had 10 points in 8 playoff games for the Avs. The last 2 playoff runs, 4 points in 7 games.
Wow.
3 points in 7 games. He just hasn't been that nearly point-per-guy player we've seen at other times in the playoffs. And I understand the frustration that he is feeling, but also his role is a little bit lesser on this team than it has been on the past because of those past playoff wounds that you can't really trust him.
Yeah, that's the general manager going, we need to fill that gap.
Which means he has to play a different role slightly. So it can be frustrating to maybe not play the exact style that you want to play, but look at the Avs against the Kings. nobody was playing the style of hockey they wanted to play in that series except for maybe Josh Manson, and they found a way to get through that series. So I think it's a message to everyone saying, hey, we're not always going to play the way we want to play. We're going to be forced into different styles. We're going to be forced to be uncomfortable, and we have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. We have to be comfortable with being frustrated and trying to work through it. That's one of the biggest things I find inspiring about Nathan MacKinnon, honestly, is he always seems frustrated. And yet he's always trying to find a solution to end his frustration, not going, oh, man, this sucks.
Yeah, that's right. He's always, I like that he's always looking for the answer, not the, come on, man, what's going on here? That's what leaders actually do. All right, we'll get back to some Avs conversation as the show rolls on, but Jake's in the building, so we got to talk more about this Nuggets presser that went on Friday. I want to ask the question, can David Adelman actually become a good head coach if he's going to be forced upon us by the Rockies? The answer to that is next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer and everything in between. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
If you've ever been in their care, you know the difference they make. We call them nurses, also known as heroes. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. National Nurses Day falls in May. Pause for a moment. They may have been by your side at one point, or with a loved one during an uncertain time. Give thanks for those men and women who work tirelessly, tending to every detail. Small to life-saving. How? A handwritten card will be cherished. Coffee or treats, a thoughtful gesture. You can log on to daisyfoundation.org to nominate a nurse for exceptional care. To the nurses listening to Alpine Bank now, your commitment to helping others has our deepest respect and appreciation. We think of you as heroes. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, want to talk some Nuggets with our boy Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Still want to hear from you guys on Tribe Roll Call and Trucker Roll Call. Hit us up at youtube.com/DenverSports. Get in there on the Tribe chat, powered by Champ Honda. We'll get to those as often as we can. And then the same deal over on the text line. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Want you to put your name on the end of every text so that you can get a shout out here on the show. All right, Jake, I want to ask you a question that I'm not sure of. I don't know that I've asked you this yet since the season has come to an end, and then I want to give my answer. When it comes to David Adelman, he's not going anywhere. Josh Kroenke is going to let him run it back. Is there any part of you that believes, all right, he got it first year, he was disappointing. Second year, he's going to learn some lessons. He's going to figure out a couple of different basketball philosophies and be better. Is there any chance that David Adelman becomes the head coach that the Denver Nuggets need by the end of next year?
No. No is the answer. But I would tell you that one day David Adelman will be a really good NBA coach.
Really?
I just don't think it's in this context with this team. And it's because of the goals don't really align. You're trying to, it's the two timelines thing, except with a coach. You're trying to develop a coach while at the exact same time you're competing with a championship with the roster. It does not work. And the problem is when David Adelman has a question and he goes, how do I handle this issue with my star player or whatever it might be? Who does he turn to? Jared Dudley?
No. No.
Does he turn to J.J. Barea?
Probably not.
Does he turn to Rodney Billups?
Definitely not.
You know who he turns to?
Who?
His phone, and he calls his dad. The Nuggets need an assistant coach with head coaching experience. And Josh, I'm not talking about like a star like Jeff Van Gundy.
He's texting Malone like, can you call? Can I call real quick? Can you take a call?
I have a question on Joker. How did you handle when he was like this?
Yeah. No, that's a great point.
They need like Terry Stotts. Like they don't even need like the biggest. They just need somebody who's been there, won a playoff series or two, has some experience, is respected by the players, respected by coaches. Because that's the thing. It was cool that they got Dudley and Barea. Those are up and coming stars in the coaching game. Really good players that obviously have bright minds. But those can't be your lead assistants when you have a rookie head coach. And that was part of the fundamental issue with this Nuggets team. Josh, I've talked about it over and over. When me and you grew up playing basketball in America, it was always like, when things get tough, we look inward. We want to be like Jordan. We want to be like Kobe, right? Like that mentality, right? Nikola Jokic growing up playing basketball in Serbia, the most important player or most important person on a basketball court in Serbia is not the best player. It's the coach. When things got tough, he looked to the sideline. For years, it was Mike Malone yelling at him going, yeah, blah, 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 blah. You got to do that, blah, 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 blah. Now it's David Adelman over there just looking befuddled. And that's not that inspiring.
And that's been the problem. You said it right there. And it's something that I think we've all I don't know if you've even danced around it, but had the idea of, does anybody respect him? And I'm not saying as a man, all that stuff, like, we're not getting personal here. I think David Adelman's probably a good dude. In fact, I thought I saw somebody about his kid was playing basketball somewhere and Day was around helping other kids. And I'm like, okay, as a man, that's probably pretty cool. But I think you just hit on something. As a basketball coach, and again, our level of basketball, your level of basketball, whatever that was, or your sports that you played, you have to understand or have the confidence that, it's going to get tough right now. Our coach is going to reel us back in. We're going to sit down. He's going to draw something up, or he's going to tell us something, and it's going to get us all back together. I don't think David Adelman has that. And then you said he could be a good coach someday. I don't want to argue too much on that, but if this time in Denver doesn't go right, and then he gets the next job, the players in that locker room are going, I don't see a Nikola Jokic around here, and you didn't win with him? What the hell are we supposed to expect? If he wins here, then you get a chance to go somewhere else and go, look what I did, and then, ripple effect there. But I think if David Adelman doesn't win this year, and he's got a 9-11 postseason record right now, I don't know that he's going to get another chance.
I think he will because of the name, and generally
That's
guys
fair.
get 2 chances, and he's very young, so he'll probably be an assistant long enough where he'll get another chance. But that's a moot point for this context. I mean, we're already talking about his next job. That tells you where we are on David Adelman, and we're right, by the way.
I said the day that you guys were talking about it, of like, hey, if he's coming back, they're not winning a championship next year.
They're not. I mean, it's such an annoying year because you're showing up to work every day, to use your metaphor, knowing that the goal is unachievable. It's a worthless endeavor. So yeah, man, it's pretty heartbreaking that this is the decision the Nuggets decided to make. Now there's some things that maybe can raise your ceiling, and I do think David will be a better head coach next year. The problem is I don't know how much you're going to see of it because the roster and the talent will be worse, almost assuredly. If they try to run it back, the version of running it back is going to have the same team but worse. A drastic change, well, you're probably going to get 75 cents on the dollar for Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon, even with Jamal Murray having a career year. That's just how NBA trades work. If you trade the best player in the trade, you generally lose the trade. So whatever happens, I think David Adelman's going to look bad, and maybe it's a scapegoat. Maybe it's because the GMs are new. They have the scapegoat, and, George Payton got another shot at it because of Nathaniel Hackett was such a disaster. It's like, oh, man, okay, let's try another coach because it's not, Payton's fault. Now it's on Payton. It's Sean Payton. Okay, we're good. He just got the extension, right? Like, that's how things work in sports. It is so much more like your cubicle than you realize, or for our truck drivers, the people on the phone telling you where to go than you realize, right? So it's a really frustrating thing that Josh Kroenke decided to make this decision basically based off a January stretch without Nikola Jokic and said this is the right move for us moving forward. But I come back to one thing, Josh. The Denver Nuggets were up in Game 2. They were getting high on their own supply. They were making all sorts of trick plays, and they could have won Game 2 in this series against Minnesota. Michael Malone, and one of my favorite quotes from Michael Malone, was a mic'd up segment during the 23 championship run. The Nuggets are up like 15, 18 points. You guys aren't getting enough shots. You guys aren't playing well. The physicality, the rebounding. He lost his voice. You're up 15.
Yeah.
It's like 3-1 in the series, and you're up 15. Like, take a chill pill. But he knew he couldn't because that wasn't within this team. And we saw over and over again this year, Josh, this team got up 15, 20 points, started doing some weird stuff. All of a sudden, they lost.
Yeah. It's that good cop, bad cop thing. I said it again when Michael left. Like, all right, David's always been the good cop. You now can't turn into the bad cop. You can't be the I'm MFing you and you're not good enough and you're not doing this and you have to be better when you were always the I know he's a jerk. Come over here. I'm going to make it better. He's a jerk. Leave it to him to make you upset. You can't change roles, dude. That's who you are. That's who he's looked at by the Denver Nuggets, the players in that locker room.
Yeah, and when he goes out and storms the court and goes to Tony Brothers and he's like, blah, 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 I don't think he's taken seriously.
He's not.
And I thought there were so many opportunities over the course of the regular season to make a point with the officials And it's funny because in the preseason, one of the conversations was we're going to play more aggressive and physical, so it instills in the officials' heads we're one of those teams so we can get away with more during the playoffs. Now, of course, a couple of those things changed identity-wise because the roster was so fluid with all the injuries, but you would think if it was all about establishing your identity and like what you wanted officials to think about you, you'd come out in October and November trying to get technicals, being like, we're not going to stand for this. And he like barely got any technicals until very, very late in the season. And my whole running theory on it, Josh, is he simply wasn't making enough money to take the fine on the techs.
Oh, wow.
Like it's hard to live in Denver.
It's $5,000 every tech, right?
Yeah. Like that's costly.
Yeah. Getting kicked out of game costs you $10,000.
It adds up quick, especially if you're one of the lowest paid head coaches and you've got kids and you're living in Denver, Colorado. That adds up quick, man.
You're a married man. You come home and you're out $10,000.
My wife would kill me.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that part of it.
So I think, and this is like a silly thing and you're laughing, and it's true. It is really silly. But these are all the silly and foolish ways KSE being cheap affects the on-court product of the Denver Nuggets, despite the fact that Josh Kroenke's over here going, we like to put our money on the floor. Yeah, you know what? David Adelman's not making enough money to pick up a technical in Jake's weird theory. Like, yeah, that doesn't really affect the team. But does the training facilities not being state-of-the-art affect the team? I don't know, not really. But you know what? All of these things combined, they start to add up.
I don't know if you heard the Hoop Collective podcast. Kevin sent it to us. It's McMahon and Bontemps, and they said all these corners that KSE tries to cut and do cut, it's coming home to roost right now. It's time to pay the piper, and that's exactly what's happening. Everything they've done the last really post-championship to cut corners and save $1, it's coming home to roost. And you know who's going to get hurt by it? Screw our microphones. Screw what we do for a living. Us, Nuggets fans. First and foremost, that's what we are. And we have to pay the piper because they cut the corners.
The good news for you is coming to Ball Arena and that site is a new concert facility where you can give Josh Kroenke and Stan Kroenke even more money. Yeah. It will be harder to park next year, but just bear with us as we extract more dollars from you.
Oh, yep. I can't wait for that.
And guess what? If you don't like that concert venue, you can go a couple blocks away to our other concert venue.
Oh, they're taking care of us, folks, just in a weird way that we didn't ask for.
With a K, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, we are going to talk a little Broncos. Our boy Kevin Kistner, he was out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit this weekend. Rookie minicamp was going down. What'd he see? What did we learn? We'll tell you coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you. First stop, the Golden Triangle in Denver. May 22nd from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention. Groove Toyota has over 200 clearance-priced pre-owned vehicles starting at $29.95. Yes, under $3,000. One location, 1 week only, while supplies last. 50 vehicles priced under $15,000. Go to GrooveToyota.com. Don't wait. The Colorado clearance ends Saturday night. See all clearance-priced vehicles under $15,000 at GrooveToyota.com. Do not miss this sale while supplies last. Exempt vehicle
Pre-owned 2016 Chevrolet Traverse LS stock number GT1988428. Sale price $29.95. Price plus tax, title, license, and dealer fees.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow, they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof. All measured, all working together. That's not a pitch. That's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Summer lives here at the new National Western Center. Concerts and events all season long. NationalWesternCenter.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we did have Broncos rookie minicamp over the weekend. I know it's a big Abs and Nuggets show today with what went on Friday, and my man Jake Shapiro sitting in for one Cecil Lammy today. But Kevin Kistner did make his way out to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Kev, I was following along with what you had going on, reading some of the stuff after, of course. A couple things that Sean said, then I want to pick your brain, Kevin. Sean said that Drew Sanders is going to play more of the edge than that linebacker. They just keep moving this guy all over the place, so we'll figure out what he actually does, if he does anything. Jake, I did tell Cecil that I know fans ask it a lot, especially Cecil, the football guy. Well, what's going to happen with Drew Sanders? I think it's time we stop doing that. Like, let's probably let that experiment end, and if he ever does anything, he's just icing on the cake.
I'm not worried about what happens with Drew Sanders, because I don't think he should be someone that is relied upon for this team.
Yeah. And then the other thing, now, again, it's, what are we on, May 11th, and when were we out there, Kev? Saturday, so May 9th. I don't want to make too big of a deal out of it, but it just felt like the Caleb Lohner was really standing out. Like, okay, so we call him the Garage Project. He was the 7th-round pick a year ago, and he's a basketball player that chose to play tight end for a year. It's like, yeah, of course you can use May 9th to pump up your Garage Project from a year ago. If Caleb Lohner is playing on the field this year, something's gone terribly wrong for the Denver Broncos.
The one non-rookie at rookie minicamp looked good?
Right, yeah.
Oh, no way.
The guy with a little bit of a head start on this stuff. That's Caleb Lohner. He is not a real tight end. If he takes real reps away from real tight ends come training camp, I will be yelling through these microphones.
Remember when Brock used to get in on defense for the special teams to try and block the field goals? That's what Caleb Lohner should be doing.
Yeah, he does have a big-ass body, so maybe that is a little bit better.
And a good vert.
Kevin, you were out there. We'll hear what Sean said about Bo. Was that the biggest conversation amongst media folks, or was it actually about rookies like Jonah Coleman that were performing?
Yeah, I don't think anyone in the media said anything about Caleb Lohner until Sean said it at his presser.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't shine. Sean just said something.
At first, the media asked, did anyone shine? He goes, it's day 1, day 2, we're still looking. And then as the presser went on, then he was like, actually, Caleb Lohner stood out. It was a few minutes later. But I will say this. None of the top 3 Broncos quarterbacks have anything to worry about.
Oh, everybody's safe?
Peterman and Warner are not going to take anyone's job.
Cecil's such a Peterman guy. This is going to bother him.
He likes that, Nathan Peterman.
I will tell you guys that. Jonah Coleman, this kid is shifty, man. He's running through drills. He's running through through the pads and everything. And you can tell he stands out more than every other running back out there. So no one from the running back side stood out other than Coleman. You could tell he's a lot quicker than I thought he was.
Really?
He's a little more faster, and he was catching passes out of the backfield quite a bit. So I wouldn't be shocked if he's catching more passes this year when he gets into games and stuff like that, or how they're going to use it. Justin Jolly. Yeah, this guy's not a tight end.
No?
He's got to work on his blocking a lot.
Well, or don't ask him to do it.
Don't ask him to do it.
Yeah.
Put him out wide like he wants to be. Be like a Harold Fannin Jr. of last year, who we liked.
Which we loved, yeah.
That's the Cleveland Browns. Put him out wide out like Travis Kelce and let him do his thing. Let him find the hole in the zone and just get it to him and let him go. He is built more like a wide receiver than a tight end.
Is he not as thick?
He's not as thick as I thought he was.
Because the couple of the videos and clips that I saw, I think Mace had one of him. It's like, he's like right here in his face. But he didn't look – I want him to be stronger. He didn't look as strong as I want him to be.
He reminded me like a thin Vernon Davis.
Oh.
That's just – I don't know why. Maybe it's because he was wearing 80.
Yeah.
That's what Vernon wore when he was here. Another guy, Cage Casey.
Sean talked about him in a pretty big way too.
This guy's going to be a starter on your offensive line at some point.
You know what I feel like he is? Right now, he's the new Palcho. You got this swing guy that can kind of do everything, and now Palcho might have a bigger role. Certainly will when Ben's gone, Ben Powers. I think he's just your replacement Palcho, just a guy that can do multiple things.
One of my biggest goals for the Broncos in this draft was getting some depth on the offensive line, especially with some of these contracts expiring and the guys aging a little bit. And I'm excited to hear that they may have done that with Cage Casey. I think it's really important for this team because a lot of its identity is just wrapped up in the fact that they're winning the trenches on offense.
Mm-hmm. And the catching from Jonah Coleman. I'm curious to see when JK's healthy for 8 weeks, how they handle Jonah and RJ. And then when JK's not healthy in the final 10 weeks, who's that lead back at that point? Could Jonah actually do enough in 8 to 10 weeks to almost leapfrog an RJ Harvey?
So I was spearheading our Deion Sanders coverage there for a couple of years, obviously.
Yeah.
Jonah Coleman was at Arizona in 23, which they were in the Buffs Pac-12, right? RJ Harvey was in the Buffs division or conference the next year in the Big 12 when they shifted over. Out of all the running backs I saw between 23 and 24, RJ Harvey was less impressive to me than Jonah Coleman was the year before at Arizona. And that was just Jonah Coleman as a younger player. And I know Jonah Coleman turned into a better player at Washington, but what he was able to do to me when I saw him with, Tet McMillan on that team with Noah Fafita at Arizona, where he rushed for almost 1,000 yards, caught, almost 300 yards of passing yards through the air as well. To me, that was impressive. And again, he got better. So I'm not like an NFL scout. I don't have that eye. But I can tell you based on what I saw in on-field results and how they played Colorado the days I saw them, I think Jonah Coleman's got more potential than RJ Harvey. I'm just saying that.
I mean, Cecil's been all over him. You like what you're seeing out of him. He's also a running back. You can chew him up, spit him out, and start this cycle all over again in about 3 years from right now.
Put him on Zach By on the radio.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, yeah, good stuff from rookie minicamp. Liking what we're seeing. We'll get to the Sean and Bo conversation about what Sean's update was, which, by the way, Kevin, when you were out there, was there any of Hey, Sean, maybe shut your mouth when it comes to Bo's ankle and updates. Was there any of that?
No, he went right out of the gate and said it.
Really?
To be honest, I wasn't even expecting that question early on. And he was like, before he got up, made his one statement, and then he went straight to the Bo thing on his own.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, yeah, we were going to ask that. Mm-hmm. It was one of those things.
Yeah.
But, look, he said Bo's going to be ready. They're going to be the ones holding him back.
They're going to play it safe, precautionary.
Yeah, the Broncos all of a sudden are going to play it safe. I don't know.
We will see. He says Bo can work in June. We'll hear from Sean a little later on in the program. Do not forget, a chance for you to win a pair of PRCA rodeo tickets at Cheyenne Frontier Days in July, on July 17th. That's coming up in the noon hour. You don't know if it's noon, 12:05, 12:15, or 12:30, but it is coming up sooner rather than later. In the meantime, let's check our X. What's on my timeline I want to share with the crew? What's on Jake's timeline to share with the crew? We'll tell you next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared, and in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients. with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
For over a decade, Bluebird Windows and Doors of Denver's been servicing the Front Range with products built to withstand Colorado's unpredictable weather. Bluebird's Sunrise Collection windows are built to last a lifetime and are backed by strong warranties. Right now, buy 3, get 1 free through May. Mention you heard about Bluebird from me, Mike Evans. You'll save an additional 5%. Enjoy the outdoors through energy-efficient Bluebird windows. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on our Twitter timelines that we want to share with the tribe? Hit us up on social media at Kistner Radio, at Shapalicious for Jake Shapiro. I'm at Joshua Dover if you want to follow along. Jake, a couple tweets from my timeline, a couple from yours to talk about, and I'll start the party with something I saw, and it's just worked out perfectly that you're here for this tweet. It's from Tom Fernelli. I believe is he a Nebraska guy? He covers sports. I'm not sure if it's specifically Nebraska, but
he's a college football guy.
Okay, he tweets out just with the photo of the Nebraska helmet, just the logo. And he asks, what's the first thing you think of when seeing this helmet? So on my timeline, I'm a Colorado guy. I like the Buffaloes. He was saying, the big score beating Nebraska. What was it, 62-36? Is that what it was?
62, of course.
To me, it's the crying kid. That obviously same
you
situation.
Post that more than anybody.
I love that moment. I will never get over that moment. I want to know where that kid is now. I'd like to have a conversation with him and see how quickly I can make him cry again. That's the kid. That's the moment for me. What do you think of when you see that ugly N?
I mean, N is for knowledge is the top thing that comes to mind. I think about 62-36. But as a Boulder kid through and through, I also actually think about my friend Kenny Bell, who went to Fairview and then went to Nebraska and said over and over, I wish I could have gone to Colorado, but they were so bad at the time that I could not do that with dreams of going to the NFL.
So if you've got some, and it's fun to play that game, just your rival teams we hate, what do you think of when you see that N for Nebraska? If you got something, hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, or watching the show over on YouTube. That tribe chat is always open. YouTube.com/DenverSports, and get in on the Champ Honda tribe chat.
Got him!
Oh, I haven't done that one in a while. Last one for me, and I know you saw it. They were actually just showing it on McAfee here in studio. The McKinnon swimming in the hotel pool.
Oh, so good.
Goggles, flippers, and then he pops up, and I don't know who he's talking to right there. The players have their backs to us. He just comes up kind of with that poop-eating grin of check me out, boys. I'm in the pool swimming with flippers and goggles.
He was checking out all the fish and the chlorine, huh?
Yeah.
One, that's got to be some amazing training exercise that they're doing. Two, I was at the hot springs this weekend. All I was thinking about is I want to be like Nathan McKinnon.
Goggles and flippers just going at it. I mean, dude, I'm in my 40s. You're in your 30s now. I don't know, there are a couple things. When I get into a body of water, I'm going to do a handstand. I want goggles so I can see what's going on, and I'm going to try to get my lady a cannonball when she's out, something to annoy her when I'm in the water. And that's never going to change. When I'm 50, when I'm 60, when I'm 70, I'm going to do all those same things.
It's good to know that arguably the most serious man in Denver, Nathan McKinnon, even likes to have a little splishy splashy at the pool.
Yeah, he can dial it back a little bit from time to time.
Yeah.
It's just an awesome thing. When he pops up, dude, I'm never going to forget this moment. Just just popping up, looking over, seeing his boys, and that stupid grin on his face.
I hope when we see the parade down the 17th Street Mall, or it's not 16th Street, it's the 17th Street is the parade, not the 17th Street and Broadway. We see a group of probably early 20s boys all in flip-flop, flippers, and scuba gear. Because it will happen, and it'll be awesome.
They're dressed like, I'm Scuba Sam, Scuba Steve's father from Big Daddy.
Yes, facts.
Oh, Nathan McKinnon, that was outstanding this weekend. Outstanding.
If you can't afford heat, baby, that's what you got to do, baby, you know?
We just do random drops now in between tweets. So, Jake, what's happening on your timeline?
LaMelo Ball and Anna Montana have welcomed a new son into the world named LaOne Ball.
LaOne. Alex Singleton's like, I can relate. LaOne Ball is the name of the newest Ball member, and his wife, whatever, baby mama, is Anna Montana?
Not Hannah, Anna.
I was unaware of this. I did see that headline. I didn't know. So is she someone I should be familiar with, or she's just famous because she got pregnant by LaMelo?
I think it's the latter.
Okay.
One of the greatest tweets I've ever seen was when Bronny was in high school. Someone tweeted, Bronny James, in an effort to distance himself from his father, has changed his number from 23 to number 9. And someone was like, yeah, because I'm going to go to the games now, and it's going to be like, at starting small forward, 6'5", number 9, Bronny James Jr. Like, who's that?
Yeah.
Like, you can't, like, LaOne Ball, you're like, you can't distance yourself from that legacy, and you're going to get ruthlessly made fun of.
Yes.
If he has a second kid, is it Latu Ball?
Latu Ball. I hope now I'm actually rooting them for just to have 5 kids, and it's LaOne, LaTu, LaThree, LaFour, and LaFive, and they have a starting 5. That's what
starting 5 of Ball.
Yeah. Also, if you're Anna Montana, now I guess her name's Anna Montana, but you know what I mean? Like, you're like, so wait, you want me to write LaOne Ball on the birth certificate of my child? I'm probably going to say no to that.
As her sister once said, she's trying to get the best of both worlds.
That was beautiful. Well done there, Jake Shapiro.
That's right, dog.
Cecil's going to love that one. All right, you got another tweet?
Game 4 crowd, Knicks game. The other night, okay? 65% Knicks fans, 34% Sixers fans, and one guy wearing a TJ Hushmanzada jersey.
What is he wearing on his head?
I think a Bengals hat, maybe?
Oh, my God. That's always wearing. So you go to a basketball game and you wear another team's basketball jersey. Weird as hell.
No go.
Go to a sporting event with a different sports jersey on is the 100% cannot do.
So I saw this, like, a famous Philadelphia celebrity was sitting courtside all in Philadelphia Flyers gear. I'm like, dude, you have the money to afford, like, a 76ers jersey. Like, why weren't you doing this? Here's my one caveat to your golden rule, which I agree with. A TJ Hushmanzada jersey plays anywhere. You could every time I see a TJ Hushmanzada jersey, I smile, man.
You know, I worked with TJ before.
Did you really?
I was when I was working with this casino back in the day, before I even worked here. They actually flew me out. We went to Cincinnati, somewhere in Ohio. And it was like, he's the man there. I had the long hair. We were doing this man on the street bit. And it was supposed to be like, whose hair is better? Give us your favorite memory of TJ Hushmanzada. And it was just supposed to be for the local market. And he specifically was so bad, we didn't even air it. We shot for like 6 hours, went around on different places, and had a bunch of different, film, and just did nothing with it because he was so awful. Didn't know who I was, which he shouldn't have, but didn't know who I was, didn't care to kind of like follow along and play along with the funny little our hair bit. It was brutal. And I was like, man, I'm glad I didn't pay for this trip because I would have been pissed that we just wasted all of our times and money.
Well, I mean, you're right. I would be upset too. But TJ Hushmanzada always makes me smile because it was when I started to get into fantasy football. And ESPN was running those fantasy football commercials of TJ, who's your mama? Because they couldn't pronounce TJ Hushmanzada, right? And he was always like, this Bengals offense with Carson Palmer. Like, I could see it this year. then all the balls would, of course, go to Chad Ochocinco because he was better. And, of course, they were both teammates at Oregon State, which is wild. That guy just loved orange and black, apparently. So, yeah, I always have a special place in my heart for TJ Hushmanzada. It always does make me wonder, too, like, what derpy, like, Nuggets jerseys could I get or, like, other teams? And my, like, golden goose of a jersey I just missed out on that I would totally want is if I could get one of those baby blue Nuggets jerseys of DJ Augustine, his like 1.5 season with the Nuggets. Because like, if a guy shows up wearing that to the party, he's a real head. So like right now, if you're a Rockies fan and you plan to be for the next 30 years, 1, God help you. 2, go out and get like a Jake McCarthy Rockies jersey because you are like the realest fan possible.
Like, no, he hit a grand slam once in May, and I'm never gonna forget it.
And it was one of their one of their 3 wins in the entire month.
It's always fun checking our X on our Twitter timeline at Chapelistus, at Kistner Radio. I'm at Joshua Dover. You want to follow along? We got to get back to the Avs conversation. Looks like a change is coming in net for the Colorado Avalanche. We'll talk to you about that coming up next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Game on! Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Springtime has arrived, and it's a great time to get your house in order. Whether you need to tidy up your current will and estate plan, or you need to put together a brand new plan, we're here to help. Get yourself organized with documents that are customized to you and your family to provide priceless peace of mind. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
All right, fellas, Mark Schlereth here for some real talk. If you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Getting up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's good news. You can get a procedure called PAE, prostate artery embolization. That's a minimally invasive procedure that's done through a tiny pinhole and you're home the same day. Colorado Advanced Endovascular in Lakewood has top-tier interventional radiologists and a boutique setting with personalized care you won't find anywhere else. Visit coloradoae.com to schedule a consultation. That's coloradoae.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them.
This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
every 4 quarters every single day. Freudian slip. I'm trying to get out of work early an hour. Jake Shapiro.
Well, we're thinking about hockey. You're thinking about periods. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Jake Shapiro, that's the voice of him. He's sitting in for Cecil today, who's on assignment. And yeah, Jake's absolutely right. We are going to jump in to this hockey conversation. We are going to give you a chance to win a pair of PRCA Rodeo tickets for July 17th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. We got a pair every day this week, and it's happening between 12 and 12:30. You just never know when that's going to happen. The news today in Minnesota is that Mackenzie Blackwood was in the starter's net this morning. Now, Bedsy did take to, not the podium, but took some questions after morning skate. Obviously, Jake, he's not going to say, yeah, that's my starter. He doesn't have to. We pretty much know what's going on. He's still playing the game just a little bit, but it's going to be Mackenzie Blackwood tonight. Does that give you more or less the same confidence you had ahead of Game 3?
I'm probably a little less confident in this particular Game 4, but I'm more confident for the overall playoff run because I do think Blackwood needs to get in here, especially if they're true to Jared Bednar's words of keeping a goaltender rotation. Obviously, Wedgwood's been a little bit better than Blackwood this year, but you cannot lose Blackwood for the rest of the playoffs, and you can't lose him as a valuable member of this club as someone who's already got a long-term extension. So I think getting Blackwood this game where you can look at it and go, oh, we lost, it was Blackwood, we're going to put Wedgwood back in net for Game 5. It's fine. Or you won with Blackwood, we can win with either goalie, who cares who's in net? It's a really good confidence and mental trick Jared Bednar's playing, as well as the fact that Scott Wedgwood looked a little bit in over his skis, per se, late in the first period, early in the second period of Game 3.
Yeah, it was the first time, really, like I said, since about March, where I've been on this Wedgwood train of like, hey, he's separating himself. There was the Kaprizov goal, and you're like, oh, all right, he's going to bounce back. Not many goaltenders are going to stop that moment. But then just seeing him out of place, like I said, I think that we both agreed, like trying to be a little too aggressive and putting yourself in bad spots.
And he wasn't just too aggressive, Josh, but he was like, he almost, I don't know, he looked kind of out of sorts on that goal. And I know he lost his stick, but he was too aggressive in the save that he made to lose the stick. And then his adjusting to that on the Hughes shot was also to be really aggressive and get back in his crease and try and avoid the screen. So I don't think the answer can always be aggressive. We got to be more aggressive, right? There is a sense of that in the playoffs, but from your goaltender, when it's literally a passive position at times, it can't be that. So yeah, you allow 3 goals in the span of 10 minutes of ice time. It's time to see the backup goalie, and we're seeing the backup, who actually happens to be, by the way, for people that just picked up the Avs in the playoffs, this happens to actually be the Avs' #1 goaltender.
Right. He's the starter. He just lost that job, and now he's back to that job for now.
Right.
For the time being. I wonder, and I'm kind of thinking out loud here, which is always dangerous, But Jake, so he gives up the Kaprizov goal. He gives up the second goal where he loses the stick, the goal that we're just talking about from Quinn. That third goal. So Devontae's actually gets a piece of the puck. That's what puts it in the air for Hartman to hit out of the air and pass Scott Wedgwood. Then the Avs finally score, but the damage has been done and Wedgie's already out. I wonder what this looks like if Taser gets a full piece of that puck. If it doesn't find its way back or even in the air for Hartman to hit. What if Taser deflects that thing? It stays down. It stays in front of his puck and in front of his skates. They're going the other way. They don't even have to score in that moment. But it's 2-1, and then the Avs ultimately lose this game, let's say 4-1, because they get one more and then that empty netter. Are we doing this today? Are we having this conversation? All because of a Devon Taves deflection didn't stay on the ice.
The best two chances early on in the game were both Avs chances. Neither ended in a goal. The power play, they got close. The Parker Kelly breakaway should have probably gone in, and neither goes in. So your hypothetical, I think, plays in the sense that the Avs probably have this game at 2-1 if a couple bounces go differently, and maybe even 2-2. And we're not having this conversation this day if Taves gets that whole puck. But what I would counter with is the way Wedgwood was playing in that moment, there probably would have been a third goal anyway really soon there. So I think it was time for a change. It's time to see the full rotation, the guys that won the Jennings Trophy, which is a tandem award, not a single player award. And this is part of the Avs' successful run this year as the President's Trophy team, is they had both guys playing well. Now it's time for the other guy to play well. So yes, the Avs could have been in this game. And I think the Avs probably had a chance to win this game had they kept it 2-1 going into the third period, because that's a lot different than trying to come back from 3. Just the approach, every part of it. So not only can you not manufacture desperation, you can't manufacture hope. And it's hard to go in and say, we're going to score 4 goals in the third period of a game on the road.
And just for what this looks like tonight, some housekeeping stuff. Mackenzie Blackwood's going to go. Eriksson Ek is not going to go, and it also looks like, you told me earlier, they took Manson off the ice a little bit earlier, so that's probably indication he's not back tonight either.
No, it's actually a sign that he might be back tonight because he didn't stay on with the guys that get scratched.
Oh, the injured players that were skating, right.
Yeah, so Manson could be back tonight, and I think the positive thing for the Avs, Kistner had this stat a second ago. Kev, what was the stat you had about the Avs? Why we should be so hopeful?
They have not lost to the same opponent in back-to-back games this year.
So not like back-to-back nights, back-to-back opponents.
Correct. So say they played Nashville in January. They didn't lose to Nashville in February. They would lose the third game of that.
So they're familiar with an opponent, and they handle their business.
And as we heard from Bednar earlier in the show about the mentality this team has and it being inward and not needing to be yelled at into them by Jared Bednar, I think this team does have a sense of pride about them that they did lose. They know they didn't give their best effort, and that desperation from Minnesota's gone a little bit away. So I feel a lot better about the Avs going into Game 4 than Game 3, but I do feel there's a good chance Minnesota may win Game 4. And by the way, I'll still feel completely confident that the Avs are going to win this series because this is supposed to be the hardest series. It's supposed to be hard.
And we go back to when they won the Cup. It was St. Louis in round 2, and if Darren Helm doesn't get a goal off the boards, who knows what that thing turns into. And that was a 6-game series where they had to fight against St. Louis. I want to hear from McKinnon and Gabe, but before we do that, Jake, I want to both answer. All right, McKenzie starts tonight, and maybe he looks good. Are we, like, how many more times do you think we do this dance? McKenzie or Scotty, or is this going to be, hey, McKenzie took it and ran with it, and we don't talk about Wedgwood anymore?
I think we're doing it to the point where we go, who's going to be speaking first at the parade, McKenzie or Scotty?
Oh, wow. So it's almost like, because I was going to say, I think they go back to Scott one more time and then back to Blackwood another time. So I think we do this again 2 more times.
If they win this game like 5-4, but Blackwood doesn't need to get pulled, is Wedgwood starting Game 5?
I don't think so.
So you think whoever's winning gets to keep the net no matter the way that the win happened?
Yeah,
because that's what happened with the Minnesota game.
Well, I will say that if it were 9-6 the other way, then maybe we have that conversation.
No, but but you're saying if it's 2-1 that the Avs lose though tonight, You're saying it's going to still be Blackwood, or no, they'll go with whoever won the game?
I
So
still
they'll go
think
with
it would be
Wedgwood.
Blackwood if it was 2-1, something like that.
Okay, so you're saying it's basically Blackwood's net now until he loses it.
Mm-hmm. Because it felt like, and you correct me if you feel any different, it felt like Jared just was waiting for this. Like, here's my opportunity. Let me slide this guy in because I've been waiting for this opportunity.
Yeah, and the opportunity presented itself, and this was the first opportunity. If it wasn't a true two-man tandem, it was Scotty's net until it wasn't.
Yeah.
If it was a true two-man tandem, Blackwood would have started game 2 of the LA series, and, vice versa for Minnesota would have kept going on. So I'm with you, I guess, that in the sense that this was Scotty's net, and now it's Mackenzie's net until he loses it. But I do think there's a scenario here where if they do have another 9-6 game like they had in game 1, depending on the goals scored, I wouldn't be surprised if they give it back to Wedgwood, because I don't think Blackwood has as firm of a grip right now as Wedgwood did early on into this postseason. Meanwhile, Kramer from Seinfeld is going here. What is good, Jerry?
Yeah.
What is good?
Well, there's also this. Like, now Scott's not going to do this because you said it earlier perfectly. He's a career backup. He knows his role. He has the right mindset for this. If the guys in front of him gave, I don't know, 30% more effort on Saturday night, I don't think we're having this conversation either. If somebody picks up Kirill Kaprizov, charging through the zone right at the netminder, I don't know that we're having this conversation.
Someone clears Hartman out of the front of the net.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Which has been a big issue this entire postseason, not getting guys out in front of the net. A couple of things from Nathan MacKinnon. He talked this morning, as did Gabe Landeskog. Nate talking about the goalie, Volstead, on the other side playing great, but the Avs, have to have better effort.
Yeah, definitely. We, I just think it'll be a little more competitive, but we still played an okay game. I think their goalie was awesome, but yeah, they definitely deserve to win that game, and I think we'll have a better effort tonight.
All right, I like that he thinks they're going to have a better effort. I would imagine they are going to have a better effort. I don't know if this is maybe Nate just saying it for the sake of saying it because there's a reporter in front of him. They didn't play an okay game. They were not okay on Saturday night. Like I said, I think it was all wild for 55 of those 60 minutes. They weren't okay. They were bad.
As Jesper said, as I flip my hair back, they got lucky.
Yeah, one lucky one, all they got.
And he's not wrong.
No.
That's the messed up part here, Josh, is he isn't wrong. Is the Avs were outplayed for a majority of that game. I think it was even early on until the Wild scored the first goal, and then it was all Wild from there on, and the Avs had their chances, but this was the first game in the playoffs that the other team, not the Avalanche, jumped on the first opportunity and really set the tone for the rest of the game. I think even when the Avs have gotten behind in this postseason run, it never really felt like they weren't in control of the game. Like 5-4 when it was game 1 against Minnesota. I don't think they've ever felt out of control in that game, except for the game was completely out of control, right? So yeah, it was an effort thing. It was a mentality thing, but I don't know that you could have manufactured more effort in that situation given the circumstances Minnesota was in. Coming off that Dallas series, it was rough. It was so many days long. You've got 2 quick games in Denver at altitude without one of your best players. We've got a little bit of a rest. We're coming home. We're desperate. You have all of the cliches in the playoffs working for you in that game 3. You can't manufacture that no matter how good your leadership is. So I do feel a lot better about the Avs mentality in game 4, but the Wild are still a really good hockey team. So I expect the Avs to play better tonight. I don't expect them to win, mostly because Mike Evans cursed them.
Yeah, Mike Evans cursed us all with his prediction tonight.
Mike Evans is going to have us going home talking about nothing here in a few weeks if he keeps doing this.
I do like the Avs tonight. I said it on Friday that they would lose game 3 and then find a way to win in game 4, especially if Josh Manson's able to go tonight. Like you said, you need bodies in front of the net. He's one of the dudes that's not only willing to do that, is looking to do that because it's his role. And that's something else that Nathan MacKinnon talked about. Guys playing their role and knowing exactly what's expected of them.
I mean, we have such good players. We have 4 great lines and 3 great D pairs. So everyone's contributing, and I think, no one feels like they don't have a role or they're not going to get some ice time, which is great. And, we're at our best when we're rolling everybody for sure.
See, and I like that role conversation. What is your role? Like I said, you need to get guys a little bit more physical in front of the net. You need to ask dudes that aren't producing, Val Nichushkin and Brock Nelson, to do a little bit more to help with the other guys that are producing, and that means playing physical in front of the net.
I will push back on what Nate said, and he's never going to say this on camera. He would probably never say this off camera either. They don't have 3 good defensive pairings without Josh Manson. And that's part of the problem here is the Avs have been leaky in 2 of the 3 games in this series, in part because they do not have that physical presence who takes care of a lot of the dirty work. I mean, Cale Makar's a highly skilled player. Devontae's highly skilled player, but has shifted more to that defensive role since the Avs acquired him from New York. Kulak is more of that traditional defender. Malinsky's a highly skilled player. Brent Burns was a forward at times in his career.
Brent Burns is awful.
Dude, he's older than you.
Yeah, he is.
Come on. Dude,
I mean, he doesn't get a pass for that, though.
He was playing in the NHL before the lockout. Like, I'm not saying he gets a pass for it, but if he's playing 8 minutes a night versus 15, it's a lot different.
Like, I could give Brent a pass for being beat to a spot, but being beat in front of the net, I don't understand that.
This is why he was playing forward at times in his career, which is why getting Josh Manson back to pair with, Brent Burns or whoever they're going to end up pairing him with for this postseason run is so important for this team, especially when Jared Bednar's talking about after the game, some guys weren't up to the task, and I sense that frustration. You know what Josh Manson does when he's frustrated?
Goes hit somebody.
Punches him literally in the mouth.
Yeah.
Go ask his dad about punching people in the mouth. His dad talks funny because he got punched in the mouth, and you know what he did? He punched other people back in the mouth.
His dad was a career NHLer punch in the mouth guy. That was his job and his role, speaking of roles.
Yeah. He talks like this now.
I didn't ask you this. I asked the guys when it happened. Who was it? Somebody punched a referee and then somebody checked a referee into the boards last week. What would you rather do, punch a referee or check him into the boards?
Check, because you're in the heat of the moment. That's part of the play, whatever. And honestly, as a guy who played hockey my whole life, 90% of the checks you take, even a referee with minimal padding, doesn't hurt that much because you just bounce right off the boards. The boards are springy.
Really?
Yeah, so
I've never been checked into the boards.
Those big hits you see that rattle the glass and the guys bounce, that doesn't hurt at all. It's the ones where you fall into the boards and you break your momentum on the boards rather than get sprung off of it. Those are the ones that hurt, which is why boarding's called a penalty, because you can't just push a guy into the boards like that. So
it's like going off the ropes in a wrestling match?
Pretty much.
Wow.
It can spring you. I mean, sometimes it hurts, don't get me wrong, especially if you catch the lip right there, where the glass turns. But most of the time, it's called the dasher for those hockey people that are mad at me for not using the official term. Because I do this all the time. I call, I say quarters in basketball. I'll call them periods. They are periods after a bunch of times. Or I'll home run pass in hockey. I know. I cover sports. I know that's not the colloquial language. But all the hockey guys always get mad. It's actually called the dasher. It's not
hockey
called
guys are the worst guys.
Dude. And I'm one of them. I'm wearing the Pittsburgh Penguins hat right now.
People are upset that you're wearing that hat.
Let me tell you a little bit about Jaromir Jagr.
I'm not mad that you're wearing that hat. It doesn't bother me if you're wearing a Pittsburgh Penguins hat.
They're
it's
cool
actually
team.
a pretty cool hat.
Yeah.
It's like throwback, right?
Yeah, it's to the 90s. This is literally from the 92 when they won the Stanley Cup with Lemieux and Jagr.
Nice.
Right. You're going to get mad at me? It was between this and a Kings hat. I was like, well, they just beat the Kings.
I guess you could have because they beat them.
Right.
But
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Some people on our YouTube
If
page
you're mad, get me a black Avalanche hat. I'll wear it. It matches the fit today. I'm sorry.
And I'll be honest, this was free. I got this for free. Somebody made it for me.
There you go.
That's why I'm rocking it today. You can only wear it a few times a year,
It's a very niche shirt.
Yeah, there's only 3 of them ever. I have one of them.
3 of 3. Are you going to sign it and put it up in the rafters or send it to a listener?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I like wearing it on the days they play the Wild.
You know what? One of the corny KSE things that they do. Speaking of specific,
yeah, I got it from
the division rivalry nights.
Oh yeah, as if that matters still.
Dude, half the league is in your division. There's 4 divisions basically, and you play them half the nights, and you're trying to make it a thing, and Bettman's trying to make it a thing. Is anyone looking at this Wild going, "Oh, it's a division rival. We got to step it up in the playoffs"? No, we just hate them. You don't need to hate them because they're division rivals. Does anyone actually even know who's in the Nuggets division at this point?
I mean, I do, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. They're in the Northwest. Yeah. Oklahoma City's in the Northwest now?
I saw Bettman doing an interview. Was it last week, Kevin? Bettman was on McAfee in a hoodie. And I'm like, you're the commissioner of a league. Now, I wear sweats to work some days, so I might be the wrong guy, but you're the commissioner of a league up there in a hoodie on an ESPN interview? I know it's the bro, that is Pat McAfee, but that was very strange to me.
Do you think someone coached him to wear the hoodie?
Oh, so he could relate with the young folks?
Yeah.
I didn't think about it that way. But maybe he did. Because
Yeah.
he doesn't need to get me, right? Like, I'm going to watch hockey anyway.
Right.
Maybe, you know what? He probably did, actually. That's probably exactly what
He's like, I'm out here in the hoodie. We just added all these cameras. It tells you how fast guys go, how fast the shots are. I'm telling you, this is the sport.
Yeah.
When
I bet it was, actually.
Yeah.
Good point.
When I was a kid, this was the NHL's entire marketing budget and slogan. Coolest sport on earth.
Oh, wow.
And you know what? They hooked me. They were right. It was. It was the coolest sport on earth, and it worked two ways.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, every year I usually wait until the playoffs to get Chell. So I just bought NHL 26, and I can't get enough of it. So, like, when the playoffs start and I start playing the video game, I become full-on hockey, dude. I'm deep into hockey right now.
I always like making the my player and put in and seeing all the jerseys in the WHL, the Quebec Major Junior, and the OHL, and you see like a jersey with like a beaver on it, and I'm like, oh, I like that, or like the Ruminowski Sharks.
Yep.
You see all these cool jerseys from around the world. I've wanted for a while. This is like so niche. I've wanted a Helsinki Joker at Teuvo Teravainen jersey.
Wow.
Like that's like the top of my bucket list.
Yeah. You got me thinking when you said the Nuggets baby blue. What was it, Augustine? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? One of those of like, now I want just a random. I've been thinking about before Richie Carney left, he gave me a couple of his old like jerseys, and I'm wearing them to like play pickup or rec league. Now I just want to be like throwback. Who the hell is that jersey and where'd you get it guy at the rec center? I'm gonna have to start hitting up the Arcs and the thrift stores around town.
Yeah, like it would be really cool to like rock like a, the DJ LeMahieu obviously was an all-star, so like you got to go deeper than that.
Mhm.
Like that's what we're talking about here. A Gerardo Parra Rockies jersey.
Yeah. Who was the shortstop that won a couple? They got the little pennants up down there. Nafy Perez.
Nafy Perez. He was awesome. Juan Pierre, the little Juan Pierre stretch. A Joe Girardi Rockies jersey.
Yeah.
Like, give me.
I want a Vashawn Leonard Nuggets jersey. Like, just put me in the corner and let me shoot threes.
I got his son's in the league now, Jace Richardson, but I got a Richardson Golden State cable car jersey a couple years ago. And I mean, look, guys, I know I'm wearing the Penguins hat. I know people are upset about it. I hate the Golden State Warriors, but you're not telling me that a Richardson Golden State cable car jersey isn't cool as heck.
Heck yeah, it is. There are a couple of those. Like, I had a Mark McGuire A's jersey growing up. I didn't know anything about the A's. It looked sick. The green and athletics right there. I'm like, I'm going to wear that as much as I can.
When I tried out for the baseball team in high school, and this is just a lesson, and I always took myself way too seriously. Not only did I have my Raleigh Fingers A's jersey and my white pants, Josh, I had the yellow and green stirrups that I bought online.
What?
I bought the sanitary socks underneath and the stirrups. I was out there ready to go. I had the Oakland A's hat. I was like, we are ready. And they're like, are you an A's fan? I'm like, no, this is just the coolest thing I could think of.
I thought everybody would think I looked dope out here.
And everyone's wearing like T-shirts and like shorts. And I'm like, I am a ball player. I am ready to play.
You know what? If I were the coach, I'd be like, that kid's here for the right reasons.
Yeah, and all the other guys hated me because I tried too hard.
Yeah, but I was actually just having this conversation yesterday. I'm like the sub-in coach for my nephew's T-ball team. And I was telling my sister yesterday because we have to coach this week. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to do it a little different this time. This will be my second time coaching. There's like 4 kids on the team that are there for the right reasons. And if you're not there for the right reasons, who cares? It's 5-year-old T-ball. Run around and get a snack. It's great. But I'm like, the 4 kids that really want it, I'm putting them at the pitcher's mound, right? That's where they play. To let them, I'm going to put one at the pitcher's mound, one at first base, and one at short, so that those 3 can kind of, you ground, you throw, you field, you throw. Like, let them get the opportunity because they're there for it, and then let the rest of the kids just run around and get candy afterwards.
Yeah.
Throw grass up in the air and chase it around. Like,
do some
do
snow
that
angels.
Stuff.
Yeah.
I told the guys I was coaching third base last week. One of the kids comes running around, and he stops in the middle of between home and third, looks up at me and said, my middle name's Doug. I was like, that's great, man. Keep it going.
Wait.
You got to keep moving.
Hold on. So 5-year-old T-ball, 2026. So this kid was born in probably 2021. They're still making Dougs?
His middle name.
Well,
that was his middle name.
But, like, I didn't know Doug's was like an option still. Like, I didn't know when, like, you filled out the baby name. I thought it was only, like, Liam. Like, you could only name your kid Liam
or Connor.
now.
That's what you got to go with.
I didn't know Doug was still an option.
Yeah, that was his middle name.
Have you seen any 5-year-olds named Abraham?
No, not a while.
That's my golden goose. I want to see, like, a little kid, and it's like, oh, like, this little baby, he's so cute. What's his name? Oh, that's Abraham.
Yeah. The pendulum will swing back. There's going to be some Johns and Joes and Jakes and Joshes and Kevins at some point again. We just got to get through the Liam. Cecil's son's name Liam, but he's like 27 years old.
So he was ahead of the curve because most popular baby name in the country now for like 8 years in a row.
Oh, really?
Something like that, yeah.
Wow. So Cecil and his wife were way ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Way ahead of the curve.
My parents were only like 2 years ahead because Jake became the most popular baby name in the country like 97 and 99.
I feel like Josh is a pretty lazy move. And nobody calls me Josh anyway.
Are you Joshua?
Uh-huh.
At least you got the schwa.
Yeah. But I've been called Josh or Joshua by my friends since I was, ever. I've been Dover my whole entire life.
I don't know why I've been calling you Josh today. I've only called you Dover, not on air.
Forever, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why
And
I'm
everybody
doing
calls you Shap.
Yeah.
So it's never like, yo, Jake. Like, that's actually kind of weird.
My students at CU started calling me Shap because there's a kid who's a really talented young journalist. His name's Jake, okay? So I'm like, I don't know whether to feel offended that I'm now the less important Jake or I feel proud because I'm like, my students like are comfortable with me enough to like use my last name. So I'm really split on this because I'm like, I got demoted. Like I lost Jake to this kid who's a freshman in college.
Like the new Jake is coming up.
Right. Like, can't you game him by his last name?
He's got to earn that.
Right.
All right. We'll get back to some Avs conversation. We do have a pair of tickets to the PRCA Rodeo event happening July 17th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. By the way, Cecil and I are going to be out at one of these PRCA Rodeo events. Not quite sure the date yet. We'll tell you when we know. I think the Avs are going to win. It'll be their third win of the series. So why don't we go caller number 3 right now at 303-713-1043 for your shot at the pair of rodeo tickets for July 17th. We will have a pair every day this week that we'll give away between 12 and 12:30. Caller 3 right now. Good luck.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 16th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 16th. We'll see you there.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
Spring is here, but if you're feeling exhausted with no energy and no sex drive, it may be time to head to Low T Center. 1 in 4 men has low testosterone. At Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and see if you qualify for TRT customized to your body by expert providers. Choose self-pay or insurance. You can even have your treatment shipped to your door. Low T Center's got the highest quality testosterone, and their providers tailor it to you, so you know it's effective. Put the spring back in your step. Head to lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com to book your TRT appointment today.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This is Terry Wickstrom. I want to tell you about a great new partner to Terry Wickstrom Outdoors, Mad River Mortgage, your reverse mortgage specialist. If you want to secure your rest of life housing, maybe come up with some extra cash, or have a line of credit available to supplement your senior lifestyle, call my friend Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 and ask about an FHA-insured home equity conversion mortgage, or go to madrivermortgage.com, NMLS 1504779.
Traffic may be locked, but savings isn't. Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile with unlimited wireless for just $25 a month forever. Visit boostmobile.com/unlock. Restrictions apply. Info at boostmobile.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk a little Nuggets. Say congratulations in order to Jarrett from Golden. I love the city of Golden. Jarrett's on his way to the PRCA Rodeo on July 17th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. He was caller number 3. Kevin hooked him up, and we'll be doing it every day between 12 and 12:30 this week on the show. So if you want to get out there and go for free on us, well, you better be with us from 12 to 12:30 every day this week. Jake Shapiro is sitting in for one Cecil Lammy, who's on assignment. Will be back with us tomorrow. But, Jake, I want to pick your brain and continue to have a little bit more of a conversation on the Nuggets and what went on at the press conference you were at on Friday, end-of-season press conference with David Adelman, Josh Kroenke, Ben Tinzer, and John Wallace. But really attention on DA and what was going on with Josh Kroenke finally showing up and making himself available to the Colorado or Denver Nugget media. I asked you earlier about DA improving as a head coach. Can he not? I love what you said about needing a vet to come in and, you know, kind of be the guy that Adelman can turn to and have conversations about. I also know they talked about leadership a lot. And it's something that we've talked about a ton. And leadership can look a bunch of different ways, right? We're kind of, at least me, is looking at like leadership of grabbing somebody, hey, you're really playing bad right now. We need you to be better than that. That doesn't relate. Hey, mother bleeper, you're really playing bad right now, and we need you to step up. And then that gets through. That would be great for the Denver Nuggets. They've needed that for a handful of years now. Here's my question, Jake, and something that we can kick around. Now, if it's the right vet, they probably could. But given the Nuggets' financial situation, the roster that they currently have and are willing to running it back, insert the guy you like. Bobby Portis is out there. There's some dudes that can come in and do this. But on this team, this group has already won a championship. Is there room for a new guy to come in here and be the voice because nobody will do it? Or do you look at that guy and it's almost like this dude's just coming in here trying to bark orders? What's going on with the new guy?
Russell Westbrook already did that. And where is he?
He's not on the Nuggets.
For a lot of reasons.
And how many times I tell you, like, I think that's what Russell's going to do. It was a part of the appeal for me. Let him come in here and grab Jamal Murray by the shirt and go, what the are you doing?
And what did I tell you? It was going to get Malone fired.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. I'm not trying to take a victory lap on it. I'm trying to
I set you up for that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to prove the point of, look, man, I don't think that guy is out there. The only guy I look at that's a free agent this summer, and he has a player option for a lot of money, so he's going to pick it up. But KCP is a free agent. Can you get him back? Because Bruce, I think, did have a positive impact on the locker room, on that second unit. And this is going to be funny to say, especially for all those people mad about Christian Braun. But Bruce Brown was a leader on this team in some senses, especially for that second unit. I mean, he's the point guard of the second unit. He is a leader, like inherently. If you're the backup quarterback, in a way, you are a leader.
Is Bruce enough of a jerk?
No.
That's exactly
He's
it.
not what you need, but where did you come down on the Christian Braun thing? And you can set it up, but just explain that. Where'd you come down?
Calling himself a leader, I think it was. I mean, look, it came off as out of touch of well, you're completely clueless. You don't know what your role is. You don't know how the fan base views you, and it doesn't even feel like you know how your teammates view you. Now, I do like that Bennett followed it up going, hey, he does this. You know this better than anybody. Christian falls on the sword for his guys. That is a part of what he thinks his role is. I just would have liked him to be a little bit smarter with that. He said the wrong thing. He's not the leader of the Denver Nuggets. And the fact that he thinks he has to say stuff like that tells you how lost they are in leadership.
I don't disagree with that last part, but I will say, as the point of attack defender, the most vocal defender on the team as well, he is a leader, not the leader, a leader in some senses. So for him to look at himself like that is the proper way for him to look at himself.
Well, let me ask you this. So you just said Bruce and Christian can both be leaders. Are there multiple leaders that lead in different ways, but then there's somebody that talks and everybody shuts up? Or is everybody running around going like, hey, let me lead this way. I'm going to lead this way. That guy's going to lead that way. And then you have 5, miniature leaders on the team?
Well, when Malone had the locker room, he was that guy, right? And that's the thing is Jokic last year when he became more vocal post Malone firing, I think Jokic was that guy. Now, did we see Jokic become that guy at all carried out through this season? No. And it was one of the reasons why Adelman was given the job, because there was maybe an understanding, at least from my perspective, that Jokic was going to be more vocal as a leader. I think he was more vocal this year than he had been 2-3 years ago, but it wasn't like what he was in the playoffs last year, where that continued, where he was coaching the team a lot. Jokic, especially in the games he didn't play in January, was doing a lot of coaching of this group. Aaron Gordon was doing a lot of coaching of Spencer Jones and of Peyton Watson when he was hurt. They have leaders. To me, is not... You lose a game 6 when no one played for the other team. You have a problem there because you were the most talented team on the court, and you had a mentality issue and an identity issue that played out all year. To me, the Nuggets issue is not a leadership issue, and I hate that we're having this conversation because it's silly. The Nuggets' problem is they don't have enough talent on the floor. They have such big holes on their roster between point-of-attack defense, their rim defense, as well as their ball handling. They lost that series for those three things way more than leadership.
I will say there was one thing I agreed with David Adelman on in the entire press conference, and it was what you just referenced, backup ball handling.
They were the best in Game 6 when Tyus Jones was on the floor. Why is that a true statement?
And they got him 3 months before that, and he played 3 times up until that moment.
And it was clear he should have played. It was the same thing with Colin Gillespie. Anyone who saw Colin Gillespie play it for Denver knew he could play. Now, I didn't know he would be quite this good for Phoenix.
Turn into the best shooter in the league.
Right. But, it's been an issue for multiple years of ball handling, right? And we knew this in the 24 series because that's when the Wolves exposed this in the Nuggets. Simply because of this, Josh, Michael Porter Jr. got really hot against the Lakers, so the Wolves go, oh, we've got to put Jaden McDaniels on Porter, so how are we going to guard Jamal Murray? Let's try to blitz him and see what happens. Oh, it turns out he can't handle it, and the Nuggets' secondary ball handler is KCP, who is not a ball handler. He's a spot-up. So the down-the-line effect of that is, okay, KCP's gone. We're going to bring Christian Braun in here, and we're going to give him some ball handling experience like we did in his second year. We're going to continue to build on that. Christian Braun is not a ball handler.
No.
Christian Braun is not a guy you want to make plays. And guess what? You just gave $125 million to a guy who's going to be your secondary ball handler for better or worse, and he can't be that guy, and he can't help solve the issue that sent you home now not once, not twice, but 3 straight postseasons. And this is the craziest part about this, Josh, is the Nuggets have a ball handling and playmaking issue. They have the greatest playmaker in the history of the sport. Why is this something that cannot be solved?
And it's because a lot of those guys just wait for the play to be made by that guy and stand in their spot. The Payton Watson thing, though, and I was actually a little against this and had to eat my words because he showed me that he could do it. I didn't like the idea of him being the backup ball handler coming out of training camp because I thought this, kind of what you're saying about Christian. I'm like, wait a minute. I haven't seen that guy handle the basketball and set up an offense and run an offense. I still have my questions about how much he could do that second part, but bringing the ball up the floor, getting it to Nicole at the high post so the DHO can start, he can certainly do that.
Payton and CB are both loose with their dribble. But what Payton can do that CB can't is Payton actually has a little mid-range game and can create his own shot. And we saw that immediately on the floor his rookie year. Like when he was playing 5 minutes a game, we could even see him come up to the elbow, make his own shot, right? The problem is the Nuggets traded the most talented shooter they've ever had in franchise history, for better or worse, whatever you think of Michael Porter Jr., and their second best rebounder in Michael Porter Jr. And the idea was, well, Cam Johnson is a play initiator. He led the Brooklyn Nets in assists last year. He can help us bring the ball up. He did help them bring up the ball in this Minnesota series, and he was fantastic in Game 6. But he was not a play initiator throughout most of the season. He was a play finisher. And Cam Johnson is simply not a good enough play finisher for that to be his role. He needs to be an initiator. So if Christian Braun and Cam Johnson are going to stay on this team next year, Christian Braun needs to be a play finisher. Cam Johnson needs to be a play creator. Their roles need to switch. They were the wrong way around this year.
I want to keep this conversation going. I also want to ask you a Nuggets question. We've talked about Rockies. We talked about laying down the foundation. Have you seen any of that? We're going to get to that after we have the conversation about Jamal Murray. Jake and I have disagreed on Jamal for a while. Are we still disagreeing on what his future is? Find out next.
The Avalanche, the Wild. Round 2. This is where the real battle begins. Score! Every game gets bigger. Every hit gets harder. Every moment matters more. Our guys are in the locker room. Our shows are locked in on every matchup, every adjustment, and every shift in momentum. On your morning commute, on your lunch break, on your drive home. Our shows have you covered from puck drop to final buzzer. And everything in between. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Takori.
Handcrafted in California, Takori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement rings.
Including Takori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Takori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Takori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Takori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. You'll find all your Takori jewelry at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state, all at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Takori ring she's always dreamed of.
Takori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, where Colorado shines. On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Dan Jacobs with the tale of two cousins. They were both in the same accident. One cousin said she didn't need a lawyer. And when the insurance company offered her $3,000 and said they would pay all of her medical bills, that cousin was very upset because she cashed that check. And when the medical bills kept coming in, the insurance company was long gone. The other cousin called 303 Law 4040. She was offered $30,000. And when we said no way, the judge used scare tactics trying to get her to accept the lowball offer. That's where a lot of lawyers will try and get their clients to cave in, but not us. We said that's fine. We'll tell her story to a jury. Before we could even get up and walk out of the room, that case settled for $1.1 million. That cousin was very happy. The insurance companies work for their shareholders. At 303 Law 4040, we work for you. You don't have to feel guilty about asking for what's fair. We hope you never need us, but accidents do happen, so go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You are listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I do want to ask Jake a Rockies question. I want to finish our Nuggets conversation, and I also want to remind you guys that summer, it's right around the corner. It's going to feel like that all week with the weather we're going to be getting. And we want to send you into summer to the lake, specifically, in style. All you got to do to participate in this contest is download the Denver Sports app, enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you would need for the perfect lake day. If you win, you get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, and a Bluetooth speaker. How about $250 on a gift card to fill up that cooler? That's what's available on our Day at the Lake contest. Download the Denver Sports app now and get entered today. Jake, you and I have gone back and forth a lot about Jamal Murray in the past and our conversations on and off the air, texting during games and all that good stuff, which I always enjoy. But I am at the point with Jamal where I don't want to trade him. Now, I'm not, it's not written in stone. I didn't get tattooed on me, don't trade Jamal Murray, because if you bring something to the table that I think is interesting, I'm willing to have the conversation. I would just say I'm not necessarily seeking it out. I'll take phone calls. I don't know that I'm going to make any of them on Jamal. And the reasons I've laid out, that the guy did everything me specifically asked for him to do. And then, yes, did disappear a little bit in the postseason. But if you'd like me to lay out the laundry list of guys that disappeared, I can do that for the Denver Nuggets. He's not alone by any means. So my big issue is, I think in a year from now, we're going to be talking about who's the next head coach, because they're going to fire David Adelman when they lose in the first or second round again next year. I don't want to be in this seat next year. Hopefully I am. Going, man, so now they have to get a new head coach and they lost Jamal Murray. I just don't think that that's the right basketball move. Again, blow me out of the water with a deal. I won't be stubborn and I'll be willing to talk about it. But where are you with Jamal Murray and what's best really for the Nuggets' future with or without Jamal?
I get that it's really hard for people to square that Jamal Murray has had two of the 10 worst postseason games in his career were the last two elimination games for the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
Game 6 against Minnesota, Game 7 against Oklahoma City, 12 and 13 points. I understand why people are upset with Jamal Murray. If anyone can explain to me how you can get better while trading Jamal Murray, I would hear the argument. Even with him at the peak of his value right now, coming off an all-NBA season, I don't see a way in which the Nuggets get better. Now, people will point at the two-man game as being, bad now and too bad and whatever. I've heard that argument. The two-man game doesn't work anymore. Look at it in Minnesota. Before Jokic got hurt in December.
I think that's completely wrong, by the way.
Yep, that's why I'm making fun of it. That's my making fun of people voice. Before Jokic got hurt, I thought November and December was the best the two-man game has ever looked, and that includes the 2023 playoff run. I think Jokic struggled, obviously, to shoot threes after the injury. Josh Kroenke talked about that. I think he was right. Then you look at the postseason, and it's not just the two-man game on offense, Josh. It's the two-man game on defense, and that was the problem. So the thing is, the Nuggets had one of the best offensive seasons in the history of basketball this year, and I don't think that you can continue on with that pace if you trade Jamal Murray. You need that. And how are you, as an organization that has pinpointed ball handling as your biggest issue, going to trade the only guy on your team that can get to his shot at any time he wants? It doesn't make any sense. That's from the basketball standpoint. From we've watched this guy and we're a fan of this guy standpoint, he is the 5th best Nugget of all time. I don't think there's an argument. It's Jokic, it's Alex English, it's David Thompson, it's Dan Issel, and then it's Jamal Murray. There's no question that he's above Carmelo Anthony.
I was wondering where Carmelo landed,
He's 6th.
but I agree with you. He's above Carmelo.
I don't know how you can justify ever going a game without Jokic and Murray playing together. I just don't. And I think it would kill the fan base. You love this guy so much.
Here's my point, and I think you're kind of hinting at this. We both love a little NBA 2K, right? You're real good at it. I'm not as good as you. But I would say you want an upgrade on Jamal Murray. Again, I don't have any arguments on that. You want a better version of a point guard? Sure. Yes, we would all like that. Are you going to get that? And is it realistic to find a path for that? The answer is not just no, it's hell no. You're not going to get, this isn't NBA 2K where you get to create a player and move all your attributes up to 99. You're not going to find a guard that shoots like Jamal, can take over a game like Jamal, and then be an all NBA team defender that you want Jamal Murray to be. Does he have to be better? Yes, he does. Do I think he can be better? I actually do. You know why? I just saw a guy change who he is completely from year to year, from what he was last year to what he was this year. So yes, he can be better. But the folks that out there, and this is what really makes me mad, like people in the media that do this is complete just nonsense. You can't turn off the salary cap. You can't trade whoever you want to trade. Things have to line up. I don't think there's a move out there, which is why I'm saying this. Present it to me, and we'll talk about it. I don't think it's real where you trade Jamal Murray and get better because that guy coming back does more than what Jamal Murray does.
To your point, the Ringer's top 30 list that was last updated, before the playoffs, Jamal Murray was rated the 16th best player in the NBA. Here are the guards in front of him: Devin Booker, Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Brunson, Steph Curry, Jaylen Brown, Donovan Mitchell, Cade, Luka, SGA. How are the Nuggets trading Jamal Murray and getting one of those
guys? They're
Okay.
not.
The only way then to trade Jamal Murray is then if you want to change the identity and makeup of your roster, which I think there is a valid argument to be made that what if the Nuggets just go Jokic and 4 defenders? So if you're doing that, let's say I offer Jamal Murray for either Thompson twin, a Sor or a Man.
I like those guys.
I would legitimately consider that.
So wait, then let me tell you, what's basketball philosophy is the Nuggets win games 94-88?
And we're doing everything to sell for Jokic, and Jokic is going to be responsible for 50 points a game between points and assists.
That's not healthy. That's not good for the basketball team.
Correct. It's not good for the basketball team, and it's going to be a struggle. And, the one trade I've seen proposed, again, I like the Thompson one, but the one trade I've seen people put out there that works in the trade
Real
machine.
quick, are the Nuggets getting draft picks back? Because you can't do 1-for-1.
There's a way you could trade Jamal Murray for Amen Thompson, your boy Fred VanVleet coming off the injury, which would be interesting.
A ball handler. What's he got left? I don't know. But.
And Jabari Smith Jr., and you're probably sending out Aaron Gordon as well. It's a fascinating discussion.
I'm intrigued a little.
But you're selling your soul, basically, and that's the point is, to me, as a Nuggets fan, I don't want to watch Jamal Murray play basketball in another uniform. I'm not quite at that point with Aaron Gordon. I think trading Aaron Gordon would be wrong, given he took a team-friendly contract. It hasn't even kicked in yet. He played in a Game 7 injured. He's done everything he's asked of you, and he's just core to the city. But we've seen him play in another uniform, so it wouldn't be as heartbreaking. I think Jamal playing in another uniform would be devastating. I'll throw out one name. There's one name on my entire list of people this offseason that if the Nuggets traded Jamal Murray for, I wouldn't be that upset about.
I want to know that name, and I want to know it at 115. I want to know who that name is at 115 because I like this because I actually feel like we're a little closer than I thought we were going to be. We didn't talk about what our sides were on this conversation, but I'm intrigued by that name because, like I said, this isn't fantasy basketball or NBA 2K. That has to be a real name and real improvement. I haven't heard one yet. Maybe Jake can throw that at me coming up at 1:15. In the meantime, let's talk to our boy Will Peterson about what he saw in Game 3, about the news of the day that the Colorado Avalanche are going to change their goaltender, and we'll do that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you. First stop, the Golden Triangle in Denver. May 22nd from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. Certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay him?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
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 That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. We're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
Thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Attention. Groove Toyota has over 200 clearance-priced pre-owned vehicles starting at $29.95. Yes, under $3,000. One location, 1 week only, while supplies last. 50 vehicles priced under $15,000. Go to GrooveToyota.com. Don't wait. The Colorado clearance ends Saturday night. See all clearance-priced vehicles under $15,000 at GrooveToyota.com. Do not miss this sale while supplies last.
Example vehicle, pre-owned 2016 Chevrolet Traverse LS stock number GT1988428. Sale price $29.95. Price plus tax, title, license, and dealer fees.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says they can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. It's wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Every day, cyclists across Colorado are seriously injured by careless drivers. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting to make those drivers and their insurance companies held fully accountable. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't stop until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a bicycle accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Sports, Sean Ponda Tribe chat is open over there. Jake Shapiro sitting in for Cecil Lammy, and we have our boy Will Peterson in the studio as well. Will, want to talk to you about all things Avs. We were just touching on the Nugs. We might sneak in a question there for you as well. But the news of the day, Mackenzie Blackwood. Jared Bednar wouldn't say it, but he doesn't have to. We know that that's going to be the change tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. Is it the right one?
I don't think so. I wouldn't have done it tonight. You've done this for a long time, Jake, you as well. If a guy's in the starter's crease at morning skate, he's going to start like 99% of the time. So even if there's an element of gamesmanship here, I'd be floored if it's not Mackenzie Blackwood. I don't like this. I don't like this at all for the Avs. Scott Wedgwood got you to 6-0. You look at the 3 goals he gave up the other night. I didn't think any of them were particularly his fault. First one's 4-on-4, and Kaprizov just goes right down the middle. Horrible defense, 1-0 Wild. Second one, he doesn't have a goal stick, and the second best defenseman on the planet, Quinn Hughes, beats him clean to make it 2-0. And the third one, the Wild were only on the power play because Quinn Hughes was going for an Academy Award. Nice acting job, 200 feet from the net. They get the man advantage, and weird deflection, puck goes in, and that was all for Scott Wedgwood. You know, if we're going to crush John Hines for his panicky decision in between game 1 and 2, going from Volstead to Gustafsson, I think Jared Bednar deserves to be questioned on this one as well, fellas. He did say all year, I like 2 goalies. I'm going to go to 2 goalies in the playoffs. Well, I guess we should take him at his word because that's what he's doing. Jared is the most honest coach in town at the podium. There are other guys we can't really say that for. I won't name names, but what Jared tells you at the podium, he means. You said it, not me, brother. And
he sneezed it, actually.
Yeah.
He sneezed it. Long story short, I guess this shouldn't be a surprise because Jared told us this was what was coming, but it does feel a little panicky when you were 6-0 with Wedgwood. He gave up 3 goals that I outlined, didn't think any of the 3 were his fault, and all of a sudden he's lost his crease. I get it if it's 2-2 coming back to Denver. This feels 1 game too early for me.
I think that he is keeping in line with what he said. This is an opportunity to get Blackwood in net, and this is the situation the Avs have had all year, and you know it. Like, they've been trading off goalies all year, and this is the best opportunity. Wedgwood's no longer hot. Not necessarily his fault, but he's no longer the hot goalie, so now it's time for Blackwood to see if he's the hot goalie. But the thing I ask you, Will, and this is more of a regular season hockey mentality that coaches play into, but I think it can be applicable here. Game 4, they win on the road with Blackwood. They got to be going, oh, we feel good. Game 4, they lose on the road with Blackwood. It's like, okay, well, whatever. We're going to put Wedgwood in net for Game 5. Right? Like, mentality-wise, like, they can be mentally tricking themselves with this.
Absolutely. And I think if they lose tonight and it's not pretty, then yeah, Wedgwood will get the crease back in Game 5, but why'd you take the crease from him in the first place? Because what are the odds, guys, that Mackenzie Blackwood stands on his head tonight? Do any of us have tremendous faith?
Like they win because of him?
Yeah, that he's going to come out and play the game of his life?
No, I don't. I think that the guys are on a mission because of how bad they played in Game 3.
Definitely, but I don't think they win because of the goaltender, right? Like if they
Agreed,
win tonight, they're going to win 5-4, something like that, 4-3, and it's going to be the superstars showing up in a big way, and hopefully the depth as well. I haven't seen a lot from Nelson and Nichushkin and Lehkonen in these playoffs.
Can I give you a Nelson stat?
Sure.
Brock Nelson hasn't scored on a goaltender since March 28th.
That's crazy.
March 28th.
He has one in the playoffs, and it was that empty netter against LA in Game 3 where they pulled their goaltender too early. So, yeah, the Stars need to show up tonight. But, Jake, to just put a bow on that, you're kind of just burning a game. Like if you say, well, we can always go back to Scott if it's 2-2. Well, why burn the game? Get back here up 3-1 and try to close them out in 5 on Wednesday night and then get some rest while the Ducks and the Knights go 7. This could be a defining move in the legacy of Jared Bednar, fellas.
Wow.
It absolutely could be the move that if this series goes south and all of a sudden they can't figure out the goaltending, is it the beginning of the end? I don't want to have those conversations yet because they've lost literally one game. They've lost one game. They're allowed to lose a game. But if this series goes super sideways, could this be a decision that Jared Bednar ultimately regrets? It wouldn't shock me.
Do you think the difference between Wedgwood and Blackwood is as large as we're kind of making it out to be?
Yes. Yeah, I think Scott Wedgwood's a better goaltender, and I think the Avalanche, for whatever reason, play more comfortable in front of him. There's just a calmness to the game, and I understand that wasn't there in Game 3, but since the Olympic break, fellas, I've watched every Avs game, as I know you guys have as well. It feels like when Wedgwood is out there, they're just the best team on the planet, and no one can stop them. It feels like when Blackwood's out there, it's kind of helter-skelter.
Yeah.
It's kind of all over the place, and I don't know why that is, because Blackwood's not some terrible goalie. I'm not trying to paint that Mackenzie Blackwood can't play. He can play. He's just not as good as the other guy who, oh, by the way, led the NHL in save percentage, led the NHL in goals against average, was snubbed from the Vezina, and now he's losing his job because he gave up 3 goals in 25 minutes, none of which were his fault. Feels early to make this decision if you're Jared Bednar.
To your point, Wedgwood only allowed 3 goals or more once post-All-Star break or post-Olympic break this year. Blackwood's numbers are much worse on that. I can't even count as high.
Wow.
As it's like
that's his post-Olympic break?
Post-Olympic break.
Damn.
Wedgwood only once, at least in the regular season, and then Blackwood, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just counting. It's like 6 or 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have done it. But you know what? He's got a finger on the pulse of his team. It's certainly his right to do it. As we outlined, he has said over and over again, I'm going to do this. So I don't think anyone should be falling out of their chair surprised.
We called it as like Bednar was just looking for an opportunity, looking for a reason to do this, and that gave him one because he gave up 3 goals. That again, I agree with you. We're not all his fault, but it just feels like Bednar was like, okay, here's my chance. I'm going to take it.
But don't you think getting him off his skates in Game 3 down 3-0 made sense? You're looking for a spark. The game is sort of getting out of hand. You kind of got the spark. Nathan McKinnon did make it 3-1. Unfortunately, he gave up a goal 20 seconds later, and that was pretty much all she wrote. I want to be clear. I had no problem with yanking him in Game 3. The Avs looked flat. They look like crap. It's not always the goalie's fault. Sometimes you just need to change something, see if you can salvage that game. What I do know have a problem with is not switching back to Wedgwood for Game 4. That's sort of, a lot of people are crushing Bednar. I can't believe he pulled Wedgwood in Game 3. That I have no issue. It's the fact that he woke up either yesterday morning or this morning and decided that Mackenzie Blackwood had earned a start. Ugh, that scares me as an Avs fan because obviously if you go up 3-1 tonight, you are in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
If you come back to Denver tied 2-2, this thing gets real hairy real quickly.
I want to ask you about something we played earlier that Jared Bednar, somebody asked him about Val showing his frustrations at the end of Game 3 or moments throughout Game 3. And he said, he's going to have to work through it. Playoffs are tough right now. And we brought it up. Jake and I were talking about like guys like Val, guys like Brock who have not been doing anything. I think Arturi Lehkonen is one of those more physical kind of players that can do it. It just to me felt like it was so weird to see the Avalanche on Saturday night not want it as bad as their opponent. I think there is 2 instances I can maybe remember that throughout the course of what this whole regular season and postseason has been. Why did that team show up in the playoffs that just got outworked, got beat to pucks time and time again? What happened to lead to that version of the Avalanche?
Yeah, it was disappointing for sure because you obviously could have taken a stranglehold on this series if you go up 3-0. And it did bother me a little bit that the Avs pulled they were more desperate card. Well, couldn't you anticipate they were going to be desperate?
Right.
They were basically playing for their season. If they lose that game, their season is more or less done. So you couldn't match their intensity, their desperation. The one thing I will say, Josh, is let's go back to the Stanley Cup final in 2022. The Avs win both here. They go to Game 3 in Tampa, absolutely lay an egg. Can't remember exactly what the final score was, but it was similar. It was like 4-1, 5-1. Then Game 4, Nazem Kadri's heroics. They win. They go back up 3-1 in the series. So even that Cup team that we're all so fond of 4 years ago, they did lay a couple eggs as well. So you're allowed one egg. The problem is you lay a second egg tonight. You think people's panic meters at like 5, 6, 7 a day? When you're on air tomorrow, it's going to be an 8, 9, 10 if this is a 2-2
It was to your
series.
point, 6-2. Kevin found it real quick.
6-2. They were crappy in that game, and I remember people, here comes Tampa, and then they righted the ship in Game 4. That's what you have to do tonight. You were never going to go 16-0. Only the Oilers in this current format even went 16-2, and that was with Wayne Gretzky in the late 80s. It wasn't going to happen. You're allowed to lose. You just can't let this snowball effect of losing 2 in a row because, man, you think there'd be nervous energy Game 5 if it's a 2-2 series? Heck yeah, there will be, and I don't think Avalanche fans want that, particularly when it looked like they were going to cruise to the Western Conference Final.
Losing the game, changing goalies, how much is your confidence shaken in the Avs to get out of this series?
It's shaken. It's shaken for sure. I'd be lying to you guys if I said it's all puppies and roses, Avs in 5. They didn't look competitive the other night, and that, to Dover's point, is alarming. Like, this is the playoffs. You have a chance to basically knock them out, and you just said, they're going to get a game.
If you did that in February, a week before the break, I'd go, yeah, you're looking ahead. It's Game 3 of the playoffs against a rival.
Right. And we'd feel a lot different if they lost that game 3-2 in overtime versus 5-1. So, yeah, Jake, I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie. But I also don't want to be the guy that sees one loss and flies off the handle because I don't think that's particularly healthy either, given that, again, you will lose games on the way to a championship. It just – puck drops here in 5 hours, right? This is the biggest game the Avalanche played in a long time. This game tonight. It's the biggest since Game 7 last year against Dallas. And how did that work out for you? Not very well. This is just one of those games that if they do win the whole thing, and we're looking back on it, you're going to remember Monday, May 11th. Did they go back up 3-1 and take control of this series, or did they let this goalie thing kind of bleed into their head and all of a sudden it's 2-2 and we're worried, is this journey going to end way earlier than anyone anticipated?
If you are looking for someone to fly off the handle after one loss, I introduce you to @JamesMerilat on social media. He can check that box for you guys.
He was having himself a Saturday, for sure, for sure.
I love poking the bear a little bit. Will, great stuff. Always enjoy these conversations. Keep up the great work. Check him out at DenverSports.com. Look at his show. Watch his show on YouTube.com/DenverSports and follow him on Twitter @PetersonWill. Thank you, man.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, let's get back to it. Jake said he's got a trade idea. We're waiting for 115 to see what Shapiro would do with Jamal Murray. We'll find out next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss, and I am never going back. Soda weight loss now. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, and thank them very much for getting my swagger back, my confidence back. I look and feel 10 years younger, all thanks to learning how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. This is real weight loss done the right way. It's Soda weight loss. SodaDietAndNutrition.com. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. And right now, you can join, and your partner joins free. That's 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Real food, real results. There's no mystery pills, no mystery injections. You've got a real nutritionist that is available via text to answer your questions, concerns, and then just give you straight up encouragement sometime through your weight loss journey. And now, down 60 pounds and never going back. I can thank the people at Soda, and I love them so much. You'll love them as well. SodaDietAndNutrition.com, online, 866-800-SODA. It's Soda weight loss. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Women go through many changes in their lives, and we believe each milestone matters.
that every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer is coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call ROX Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of May. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. They also offer finance plans that come with no payments for 2 years. 5280 Exteriors is a locally owned company that has been in business for 20 years and knows the Colorado climate. They are a 2024 and 2025 James Hardy President's Club winner. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
That's my favorite part right here. Because nobody came. I would do that. Crash your own house party.
Did you see what All American Rejects did?
No.
They played a free concert at a church in Denver last week.
No way.
Pop-up message to their fans here. Last second text message.
Dude.
Yeah.
I feel like you're always in on those.
Yeah,
You're always in on the pop-up concerts.
Yeah, I was on the messaging list. I just couldn't make it happen, but yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
It looked really cool.
Because you saw like Jack White did a.
I saw Jack White for $20 the Bluebird like 2 years ago.
What the hell?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Like ear shredding, I was in the third row at the Bluebird, 500-person venue, one of the biggest rock stars on the planet.
Mhm.
Unbelievable.
I used to live right across the street from the Bluebird and would go a lot. I'm like, I don't even know the band. I'm just going to go show up and have fun and try to talk to some ladies.
You talk to the men now.
Yeah, no more lady talking for me.
Yep.
All right, Jake. Jake's sitting in for Cecil Lammy. Good stuff from our boy Will Peterson. Always great to check in with him, pick his brain on all things Avs. He's not a fan of the goaltender change to Mackenzie Blackwood tonight. We'll talk more about that coming up at 1:45 with some keys to the game. But you and I were talking about Jamal Murray and what's best for the future of the Denver Nuggets. To trade or not to trade? That is the question, Jake. And I said, tell me a scenario where they get better by trading Jamal Murray, and you might have done that.
I am very against trading Jamal Murray because both the emotional connection and from a basketball standpoint, I don't think it's going to make the Nuggets better or it's going to appease the fan base. There's one player in the entire NBA they could trade for, and it matches dollar for dollar.
Wow.
Jamal Murray to Cleveland for Evan Mobley.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You figure out your defensive issues as a former defensive player of the year next to Nikola Jokic, a guy who can guard the rim. He's also a pretty good point of attack defender, especially for a 7-footer. Led the league in dunks this year. So if you're talking about an Aaron Gordon replacement, if you trade it, let's say you trade Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson in a separate deal, then you move Murray in this deal. Two-time all-defensive team. This is a guy who's scoring, 18, 19 points per game, grabs 9 rebounds a game, so figures out your rebounding issue that you've had now for multiple years. He isn't the best three-point shooter, but does make about 1 per game at just about 30%. But Jokic can space the floor. I mean, I'm not concerned Jokic's three balls forever gone. I think it just was gone this year after the injury. I think this is one of the only trades the Denver Nuggets can make this offseason that would make them better, and it would require, which is happening right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers flaming out of the playoffs, them looking at themselves as one of the highest paid teams in the league with a high tax bill and going, what do we got to do to keep Donovan Mitchell here? Do we want to trade James Harden? Like, we got to ask some hard questions. Oh, by the way, LeBron might be on this team next year.
Right.
So it could be a very tumultuous offseason for Cleveland that results in them trading a guy who is one of the best players in the league.
I really like this idea. I like Evan Mobley a lot. That dunker spot you're talking about is very appealing. Everybody wants Joker to learn how to play defense. I do too, but I just don't think that that's going to happen. He wouldn't have to with a guy like Evan Mobley. And it was, did the Cleveland beat Toronto in round 1? Was that the matchup?
Yeah, it took 7 games.
It took 7 games, and I watched one of the games where it took an Evan Mobley. He got an inbound and goes right to the rack because they all thought Donovan was going to get the shot. They needed to tie the game. He goes and gets it, so there's a little bit of that clutch gene in Evan Mobley. Now, look, I'm still hesitant because of all the things that I've laid out.
Certainly doesn't solve the ball handling issue.
It doesn't solve the ball handling issue at all. The three-point shooting stuff, I'm with you. Nikola will figure it out. I'm not sure you're going to get Tim Hardaway back, so then you're talking about what's the issue with three-point shooting. But that's the first name that I've heard where I go, oh, okay, you know what? There's some legitimate reasons to that trade other than, I'm pissed off right now, and we got to trade guys. That's what I feel like I'm getting a lot out of radio hosts and Twitter.
Because I'm in this chair, I'm going to drop the Cecil Lammy line.
Okay.
I love Derek White. He's a friend. But Jamal Murray for Derek White is not going to make sense for the Nuggets at this point. Jaylen Brown, to me, doesn't make sense. I know I've seen that name thrown out a bunch.
And by the way, Jaylen makes $60 million more than Jamal Murray.
Right, because he's on a super max, not a regular max. And that's the thing that people are not realizing is because the Nuggets signed Jamal Murray to that extension just before he made an All-NBA team, he's actually of value on the rest of this contract so long as he keeps up this pace as an All-NBA player. Every All-NBA guy besides him is going to be making about $15 to $20 million more, like Nikola Jokic. So if you have an all-NBA caliber guy on a non-supermax, that's of value right now, and that's a way the Nuggets can build a team moving forward. Now, if Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic are your 2 building blocks, you better have 3 really fantastic defensive players around them, as they did when they won the championship. And you might be going, Jake Porter stunk on defense, blah, blah, blah. He was a fantastic rebounder, and he was actually one of the best rim protectors for how well he spaced the floor on offense. And Mobley's one of those rare guys, like Michael Porter Jr., like Victor Wembanyama, that collects multiple blocks per game and also can hit a couple threes. So I think the Nuggets are missing something that's kind of between Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr., and that's what I look at. And, of course, when I'm talking about between Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr., you're only looking at a handful of guys in the NBA with that skill set because those are all the best players in the league.
So you're talking about, and you kind of just talked about what this could be of like, all right, if you were to trade and go get Evan Mobley and then make another trade, that's I mean, we're talking about a major shakeup. Like, this team doesn't look anything like it did just a couple weeks ago.
You can do the Mobley trade if they let James Harden walk for Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson and keep Jamal Murray.
See, now I'm really intrigued.
I like that trade a lot more. I just look at Mobley as the one guy that piques my interest and goes, maybe I should even consider trading Jamal. But yeah, if you're trading Jamal for Mobley and that's the package, you're probably trading Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson for like a Ron Holland, Karis LeVert, Tobias Harris package from Detroit or something like that. You're filling in your roster.
I don't like that.
There are very few trades involving Aaron Gordon that I like. I think people that are coming up with these trades online right now are misrepresenting Aaron Gordon's market. I know he only played in less than 40% 40 games for the Nuggets this year, half the games. The Nuggets were 10 points better with him on the floor. Every single team in the NBA will look at the Nuggets and go, yeah, the guy was injured, but he reinvents his game. He's really committed.
Yeah.
They don't have a training facility. We do. They don't pay their trainers. We do. The coach called out their training staff. We don't have that problem. I think we can fix him. Yeah, we can fix him. Let's get him here. So I don't think Aaron Gordon's value is tanked the way people are talking about it, because they see what he can still do on a basketball floor, and there's reasons why you can explain that away. Whereas in Christian Brown's situation, you're like, ugh, they weren't very good with him on or off the floor, so that wasn't good. So that's why I look at the Aaron Gordon pieces. Yeah, I get why Zach Bye's out here going, Jamal Murray's the piece the Nuggets could trade for the most wildest thing and they can get back something. But I don't think they're getting back nothing for Aaron Gordon either, and that's worth keeping in mind. Now, in my dream world, the Nuggets are probably keeping Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic, and they're using Cam Johnson's expiring contract of about $22 million to trade in for a guy that's making $45 million, so $15 million a year for 3 years, and some team doesn't want to pay that. And there are players making that much money a year. Najee Marshall. That would be interesting. Now, is Najee Marshall as good as Cam Johnson? No, but he's different, and the Nuggets clearly need a different approach. Not necessarily a better. And as we learned with KCP, by the way, KCP is not a better basketball player than Will Barton or Monte Morris. He's a better fit.
He's a better fit.
And that's what
exactly
mattered.
Right. That's exactly right. Yeah, you're playing one-on-one. Will Barton's pretty good. When you involve the team aspect of basketball, that's where Will Barton gets to be terrible.
Even if we go, hey, man, we're playing at the rec center, pick 10 guys, and you have KCP, Will Barton, and Monte Morris out there, Monte Morris can be one of the first picks.
Yeah.
I want a point guard that's, like, consistent.
Yeah,
you know?
Plus I got questions about Amber Rose. Much more than basketball, to
I know
be
you
honest.
do.
Yeah, you know. Did you see the video of her saying, I'll go to Wendy's? I'm like, how could she get better? She just got better, saying she wants to go to Wendy's on a date.
The Wendy's by my old apartment on Colfax just closed.
Yeah, that's a classic
Yeah,
one.
the one by the Fillmore.
Give me that biggie bag with the JBC, spicy nuggets, and barbecue sauce. Dude, talking about a day.
Faux.
That's right. All right, Evan Mobley. I don't hate that name. I really love the idea for AG and Cam. That way you keep Jamal around here. You guys like it? Tell us. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Name at the end of your text. Same deal over on YouTube.com/DenverSports. Champ Honda Tribe Chat over there.
Worth keeping in mind. Wemby and Chet ain't going anywhere. They're
That's
going to need a
right.
guy to match that size.
Great point, Jake. That's a great point. All right. There was rookie minicamp down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Our boy Kevin Kistner was there. We're going to check in with Kev as to what he learned and hear what Sean had to say about Bo's ankle. Next.
Game 3 didn't go Colorado's way. Minnesota cashed in where it counts, dominating on special teams and swinging the momentum in their favor on home ice. Power play chances, penalty kills, the Wild made theirs matter. Meanwhile, the Avalanche turned to a goalie change, searching for a spark, but couldn't slow the surge. Now the series tightens, and the Avs are on the hunt for answers. Can Colorado regroup and flip the script in Game 4? Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about something personal, maybe even private, but we're in the trust tree, right? The tribe trust tree. That's where we're at. So I can ask you about your sex life, ask you about erectile dysfunction if it's something that you're dealing with. And if you are, don't just chalk it up to being old or those are the breaks. No. Sex matters. If you're in a relationship, a healthy relationship requires sex. So if ED is slowing down your sex life or taking your sex life away, why would you let that happen? When there are treatments that have success rates well over 90% at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, when some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more, others can have you having sex as soon as the next day. What are you waiting for? Get your first appointment scheduled today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You want to call somebody, talk to them on the phone? I get it. Hit them up, 720-440-7900. First visit's going to cost you $99. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and then, if medically advised, suggest you take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. But it works in over 90% of men. You could be having sex at the end of this week if you set up your first appointment today. It all starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Here's what most siding companies won't tell you. By the time it looks bad on the outside, the real damage is already underneath. In Colorado, that happens faster than most people expect. I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton because they start there with what actually holds up long term. 50 years plus serving Denver, Colorado in the Front Range. Right now, 20% off of James Hardy siding. Check them out, windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
Attention. Groove Toyota has over 200 clearance-priced pre-owned vehicles starting at $29.95. Yes, under $3,000. One location, 1 week only, while supplies last. 50 vehicles priced under $15,000. Go to GrooveToyota.com. Don't wait. The Colorado clearance ends Saturday night. See all clearance-priced vehicles under $15,000 at GrooveToyota.com. Do not miss this sale while supplies last.
Example vehicle, pre-owned 2016 Chevrolet Traverse LS stock number GT1988428. Sale price $29.95. Price plus tax, title, license, and dealer fees.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are going to touch a quick little conversation on these Broncos. Someone just hit us up on the, was it the RamosLaw.com text line? I think it was. Saying like, man, you guys haven't talked to a lot of Broncos today. I responded. I'm like, well, it is May, and the Avs are in the playoffs. The Nuggets are at a crossroads. So, yeah, we'll mix it in. But Jake Shapiro, who's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, I think that's one of the things that I love about being able to do this show and where we're at right now is we talk all sports here. And when it's time to talk Avalanche, we're going to do that. When there's room for Nugs, we'll do that. And we won't ignore the Broncos, even though it's their offseason. They had a little rookie mini camp this weekend. Our boy Kevin Kistner was out there. I want to know what Kevin saw, but first, you and I hadn't talked about this. I know you guys had done it a couple conversations over on Shapiro and Piro on our YouTube page. But this Bo Nix ankle thing, man, it's just been basically the story of the offseason. That's what the whole offseason's been about is Sean getting it wrong, Bo correcting him, and then the Broncos calling everybody's phone to make us tell them their message. And then we get to rookie minicamp. And Sean, and according to Kevin Kistner, just kind of offers up the latest on one Bo Nix.
Let me go through clearly with Bo Nix where he's at. He's doing great. He'll be well ahead of time for training camp. I think there's a good chance we see him in this off-season program in June. We're going to be the ones kind of holding him back, if you will. The follow-up procedure was not a surprise. I was just talking to Bo. We had 5 other players that staged surgeries where there's a step, they evaluate, and then a second step. We had 5. He was the 6th that actually went through that. No surprises. We feel real good about where he's at. And you guys will have a chance to see it, here in a few weeks. But clearly, full speed by training camp. We just want to be smart relative to holding him back a little.
All right, so precautionary. That's what Sean said. We're going to play it smart. We don't want to have to do this dance again or worry about it when training camp actually starts. That's the right approach. Now, Jake, of course I want your answer, but I do think some of this is overblown. Now, some of the rumors and stuff of like Bo playing basketball at Valor. Maybe you don't do that anymore, right? That doesn't have to be a part of your life anymore until you're done with football, and that's a sacrifice that a lot of guys have to make. And then it gets into the, well, what are they going to do if Bo goes down again? You know what they're going to do, Jake? Their season's going to be over.
They're going to lose.
They're going to lose because every NFL team, when your starter goes down, your season is over because there's 12 good quarterbacks and then there's 40 really bad quarterbacks. And all those really bad have backup next to their name. And it doesn't matter where they are or what experience they have, they're a backup for a reason. So, yes, there's some conversation to be had about Bo's ankle. But if Bo continues to do this, if Bo gets hurt, Jarrett Stidham, Sam Ehlinger, what were the guys' names? Nathan Peterman and E.J. Warner.
He didn't get a contract. That's right.
Oh, okay. Anybody. Insert backup name that's been through here. It doesn't matter. If Bo goes down, the Broncos season is over.
I'm going to present you with a middle ground that is scary. Bo Nix on a bum ankle. How much does that affect his ability to run?
Oh, it does. It does, yeah.
So Bo Nix, healthy, playing, but bum ankle. Does that mean the Broncos aren't the team that they just were?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
Which is pretty scary because I think one of the best things Bo Nix does is his ability to get outside the pocket, extend plays, and also not even extend plays, the planned runs as well. And I thought that the Broncos did a really good job of utilizing Bo Nix's legs, and a lot of people were surprised. I mean, I was, when I watched Bo Nix at Oregon, I wasn't surprised at how much he could run. So if Bo Nix, who has taken a lot of hits between Auburn and Oregon, I mean, it's all nice and good when we're talking about, yeah, man, it's good to have a starting quarterback with a lot of experience in college. We've learned that time and time again. The downside is they've taken a lot of hits, and that ankle has taken a lot of hits. And this offseason, whether the Broncos are being truthful or not, he's had multiple ankle surgeries this offseason, and we've seen the pictures, and the ankle doesn't look that good. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I don't really know what an ankle's supposed to look like on an NFL quarterback, but I can tell you, that didn't look good.
Yeah. That's an x-ray, right? I don't think it's right.
Right. So I just look at Bo, and I wonder if this is a chronic ankle injury that will sap him of athleticism. We just saw this with Christian Brown. Or is this an ankle injury that he's going to be able to overcome because he finds new ways to train and or play the game, a la Steph Curry, who had very chronic ankle issues throughout the course of his career until he did some different things, and one of the greatest basketball players of all time. I'm not saying this is like a death sentence for Bo Nix's career. What I am telling you is I think there are some real reasons to be concerned about the timeline shifting and adjusting. I'm not going to say changing, but adjusting on when Bo Nix would be available this offseason. Now, I don't really care that he's not ready to go in May, but if he's not ready to go at the start of training camp, that's a concern to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. That May doesn't matter. We're talking about a guy's ankle injury and offseason surgery on May 11th. I don't really care about the Broncos until about August 2nd, right? That's when it really starts to get ramped up, and we're down there and getting to see it with our own eyes. To me, it's that backup conversation that I think, and Cecil is completely out on Jarrett Stidham, which who can blame him for that? We watched Jarrett Stidham throw a chest pass to the other team in the AFC Championship game. I just don't think there's, especially at this point, I suggested Marcus Mariota early in the offseason. Washington said, no, we're not going to let him go. There's just not a guy out there. If Bo goes down, the season is absolutely over. Kevin, you saw these young guys this weekend. Were you impressed with anybody?
Yeah, Jonah Coleman, he's a little more shiftier than I think a lot of us would think. He's smooth with his cuts, man. He really stood out among all the running backs. I will say there is a guy, I got my roster right here, number 47. He is a fullback, but he's listed at 6'2", 262. His name's Trent Howland.
Okay. What's up, Trent?
Why do you have a 6'2" running back / fullback? He stood out, and I don't know what kind of athleticism he can bring and what he can bring to the table, but that's one guy I was like,
yeah,
I'm gonna keep my eye on this guy. Just, you never know.
See, and you know where my question is, why would you have a fullback?
Well, yeah.
Just in general, why do you have a fullback on a team that led the league in pass attempts?
Yeah, it was a little strange, so I don't know if he could be a weapon, in the receiving game or whatnot. But, Goalie, he stood out a little bit. He was one of the guys I was really excited to see out there. You want to be a tight end, you might need to bulk up a little bit. Get in that Michael Porter Jr. weightlifting program and bulk up real quick, because he's not built like a traditional tight end. He's more of that wide receiver built.
Like if he's trying to chip, a linebacker's putting him on his ass before he gets in his route running.
He could get lit up pretty easily, but, put him out, wide out like we want him to be as a wide receiver.
Which is what he did at North Carolina State.
And let him go make plays.
Yeah.
That's what you really want, that Julius Thomas type guy. He's out there rocking the number 80 jersey. So everyone that's really rocked that 80 jersey, I think other than Greg Dulcich, did Dulcich have 80?
Was he 80?
I think everyone that's rocked it since, Julius, Rod Smith, they've done pretty good. So I think if he could rock it pretty good, I think this offense will be really good.
It's the good omen.
But yeah, there's the rookies they drafted stood out. I will say that.
Okay.
So shout out George Payton.
All right, let's take our final timeout. Jake, want to come back, do two things with you. Got a couple keys to the game for the Avalanche tonight, things they have to do to win Game 4 and come back up 3-1. Before we do that, I want to ask you about the Rockies. We always talk about what are they doing to lay down the foundation or the newborn baby that they are. Where are they at in their growth cycle? Have you seen anything that has made you believe there's a foundation being laid by the Rockies? We'll answer that next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. Nobody likes talking about this, but if you're a guy over 50 dealing with enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Colorado Advanced Endovascular in Lakewood makes it easy. Top-tier interventional radiologist, a comfortable boutique atmosphere, and the kind of personalized care that's hard to come by. They serve the whole metro area. Go to coloradoae.com. That's coloradoae.com.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 1043 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
From the top to the bottom, at the top I stop, at the core I forgot, in the middle of my thoughts, taking fire from my safety, pictures there, from everyone escape me, why should I care?
All right, final segment. We're out of the way at 2 o'clock. The drive gets in here. Those boys will get you home from 2 to 6. We've also got Denver Sports Tonight if you're a late starter, second shift type of worker. We're live, we're local, we're talking about the things you're talking about from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day. And if you're listening on 104.3 The Fan, we appreciate that. If you're streaming, we appreciate that at DenverSports.com. Perhaps you're watching at YouTube.com/DenverSports and hanging out in the Tribe chat sponsored by Sean Ponda. Or maybe you're streaming on the app. We want you to download that Denver Sports app if you don't have it and enter into our Day at the Lake contest. Summer's right around the corner, and we want to send you to the lake in style. You download our app, click that Day at the Lake contest, get in the contest, and you could be walking away with 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, Bluetooth speaker, and $250 on a gift card to fill up that cooler. Download the app and get entered today. We always want someone from the Tribe to win our contest. That includes this one. Let's get somebody in the Tribe hooked up with paddle boards, chairs, cooler, tent, Bluetooth speaker, and a gift card to have yourselves a day at the lake. All right, Jake Shapiro has been in for Cecil Lammy all day and has been outstanding. Appreciate you being here, Jake.
Happy to be here.
I want to ask you a couple things. I want to get into the Avs, what we expect tonight with the goaltender change. But before we do that, we haven't talked about these Rockies, who they did get one against the Phillies, came back on Friday night, which seems forever ago at this point. Kyle Freeland got banged up, and then it was Sugano, right, who also got beat up a little bit throughout this weekend. I don't think that we were, like, crazy, different parts of the scale when it comes to our Rockies takes or feelings, because they're a few years away, and that remains the case. But we've talked about throughout the show, like, looking for pieces that are part of the foundation. Guys like Chase Dollander, who was part of the good this weekend, the real short list of good this weekend. And then, some of the younger guys that are showing up with their bats. I don't know how much they'll be a part of the future foundation, but Jake, I do think there are, 1 or 2 pieces here in the first couple of months of the season that you go, okay, that feels real. What does the rest look like is TBD. Do you have anything like that, or are you still going, yeah, they got to show me a lot before I'm buying anything that's being sold from 20th and Blake?
Yeah, I've always been on Dollander, so I'm really excited with what he's been doing.
So you didn't get down on him when he struggled last year?
No, because it was a rookie pitcher pitching at Coors Field, and he showed on the road that he still had it, and he was good. So I'm cool on Dollander. I have no worries about him as a player moving forward. Can he put it together in a Rockies uniform? Yeah, I'll have some concerns about that. I mean, I'll always have concerns about that when it comes to pitching. Mickey Moniak's been really interesting. He's not a piece moving forward because he's 28, and this team's not going to be good until he's in his mid to late 30s. Let's be honest. But I can't sit here and go, we're in 2026, and this year's about seeing who's good on your team, and next year is, and then we'll reevaluate it. In 2028, we'll finally know who's part of the core. Dude, by 2028, they will have missed the postseason for 10 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this rebuild is taking forever. It's going to take forever, but this team is a disgrace. Like, this team is still a disgrace, and it all goes back to the way they've been run for the last 10 years. It was not necessarily for profit, but out of just so many bad decisions of where they were putting their money and being behind the times and not looking at the way baseball was evolving. And the fact that I sit here and look at it and Antonio Senzatella coming out of the bullpen is your best pitcher this year when he should have been converted to the bullpen in 2019 and no one thought of it, it is absurd. So there's so many times I just look at the Rockies and I'm more frustrated than anything else. And I'm not here for the rah-rah, they've shown us something. Dover, they're going to lose 100 games this year. They've won 3 of their last, 14 games. It's pathetic. We shouldn't be sitting here going, there are some positives to take away from this team. There's nothing positive. This is the worst team in Denver sports by a lot. Remember how we were talking about the Broncos when they won 4 to 5 to 6 games? It should be like that, but more so for the Rockies because we didn't have any idea that we knew the Broncos would eventually return to being a good team.
Yes.
Are we sure the Rockies will ever make the playoffs again?
Well, they have different money going on there.
No, they don't.
Oh, because Greg bought them out of debt?
Yes. They don't have more money. People keep going, oh, Greg Penner's going to come in here, throw around money. They're going to get some free agents. They don't have more money.
Well, doesn't them being out of debt open up his pockets to throw money in the right direction for once?
Who was the last time Dick Mumford threw money at somebody?
It was Chris.
Yeah, so are you
Chris
confident?
Bryant. No, I'm not.
Exactly.
Before that, though, it was Ian Desmond.
Correct. And Greg Holland.
And Greg Holland, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're confident that this is the guy.
No, I'm not confident.
Right. So I don't, and this is the biggest question I have across Denver sports right now, and I'll hit you with it. Like the number one question. Does Greg Penner have a path to control with the minority ownership stake in the Rockies? Will he have the option to one day buy the Monforts out? Was that written into the contract? And I think a lot of what happens with the Penner-Walton group.
Will we ever know that real fast? Will we ever get that information?
We'll know if they did.
Oh, because they'll buy it then, right?
If this collective bargaining agreement that is about to take place in baseball that's going to go really ugly, if that goes the way the Walton Penners want it to go, I think there's a chance that they get involved, and that's really the chance to save the Rockies based off of what they've done with the Broncos and how good of owners they've been. Until then, I am not taking the Rockies serious, and I'm not going to sit here and hip-hop hooray the fact that they had one good homestand and they hit a grand slam in a game 4 days ago.
Yeah, that was fun though, right?
Sure. I mean, I'm sitting here watching the Cubs play and everyone in the NL Central, and they're all above 500. I'm sitting here watching the American League, which, by the way, there's like 3 teams over 500, but they're all competitive. I mean, you look at what the Royals do. There's no reason the Rockies can't be the Royals. There's no reason the Rockies can't be the Diamondbacks, and yet they're so far away from that, let alone the Dodgers. We're always talking about the Dodgers, the Dodgers, the Dodgers.
That is the decade long. If you even get there, that's a decade away.
Right.
You can be a playoff team at like 2029 if things go really well.
Maybe.
Because I like Dolander. We don't know what Condon's going to be. The Rumfeld, the younger pieces of this still have to prove it. But I've said it all along. Like, they are doing a couple of things a little different. They did go outside of the organization. It's a 5 to 10 year plan.
You mentioned one pitcher. The entire sport's about pitching.
Well, I like the veterans outside of Michael Lorenzen.
And where are they going to be when the Rockies are competitive?
On their couch.
Correct. So it's all about developing that next wave of pitchers. And you look at the Rockies' top prospects, they're not there except for Dolander, who's already in the bigs. So that's
and he's the only one that they've ever got that looks like he can handle his own with them. I hate to give them the credit, but they get it of the development plan they put him on.
Basically, since John Gray, Kyle Freeland, and Herman Marquez came up, it's been literally 10 years since the Rockies have had a starter where you can go, oh, there's some hope here. Think about that. 10 years.
Freeland's bad too. It's over.
But that he's old. Like he had a really nice run as a Rocky, and they developed him and they turned him into something he wasn't at Evansville and all that.
Shout out Aces.
Point is, it took them 10 years to develop one pitching prospect you were excited about. And that's why they're going to be in this hole for a while, because they just do not churn out pitching prospects.
Yeah, you're right about that. And it's still, you're not going to, you have to show some success to even get to opportunity to overpay for a pitcher to come to Coors and try to convince them that they're a missing piece.
Otherwise, you're extending Michael Lorenzen and Jose Quintana's careers.
Yeah, I was real excited about Michael Lorenzen.
I know you were. You saw the World Baseball Classic. You got excited.
I'm like, this dude's on Team Italy and doing this, and he wears Vans and he used to skate. And then he came to my city and ruined everything.
I mean, there wasn't anything to ruin.
Well, true. I would say killed our dreams, but I never really had Rocky's dreams.
He's not ruining anything because all he has to do is just eat innings. Like, he doesn't even have to do good. If he gets the Rockies through 6 innings, it doesn't matter how many runs they allow, because it does not matter, because they're going to lose. It's helpful because that's one less young pitcher to go out there that might lose their confidence or might be too young to
forever.
Right. And that's part of the problem with this game that is developing pitching prospects either in the bullpen or in the starters is Last year, and this is one of the reasons why Dollander struggled, I think, is they had to rely on him. It wasn't a nice story that they could have Chase and they do this. They were like, oh, you got to get us through 6 innings no matter what happens, a rain delay or a thunderstorm. And we saw that affect him. All these other pitching prospects, you look at the way Jacob Mizorowski is treated with the Milwaukee Brewers, and he had that viral moment over the weekend where he's throwing 103 miles an hour on everything. He's not even that good yet. Like, he really isn't.
Yeah.
And his rookie season last year, the Brewers had the most kid gloves of all time on him. They were only bringing him out of the bullpen at times when it was favorable matchups.
They're doing the Dollander thing right now.
Right. So it took for a while, and the Milwaukee Brewers are one of the smartest teams in baseball. They don't have that much money. There's no reason why the Colorado Rockies can't be the Milwaukee Brewers. Like, they're the same market size, if not Denver's a little bit bigger, and the Rockies have more history recently than the Brewers, except the Brewers have that long history. The Rockies have a better park. Like, there's a lot of reasons why the Rockies could be the Brewers. The reason they aren't is because they don't have a smart front office, and their owner does not do the right things, and he oversteps and decides, let's bring in Ian Desmond. So there are a lot of frustrations, as you hear, I have with the Rockies. I can't sit here and go, it's a good day to go to the ballpark. It's a good day to go to the ballpark because it's always a good day to go to the ballpark. I'm not going there to watch TJ Rumfield and Troy Johnston.
See, I'll go there and watch a little Troy Johnston.
I mean, I'm going to watch him because he's there.
Eat those little 9 mini hot dogs. Drink 9 ounces of beer.
I'm going to eat 9 real hot dogs and drink 9 real beers.
They're so small, aren't they?
They're tiny.
It's just weird looking.
They're like the doctor's cups that you pee in.
Oh, it's that small?
Yes.
Wow. That's still, whenever I'm like, I'm supposed to fill it up to the line? I'm not going to get there.
I've gone over multiple
Always so
times.
nervous. All right, well, you know what, Jake? You're still down on the Rocks, which is understandable. I'm giving them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here on KKFN. KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM in Laramie, as one half of the drive is sitting in here. Our boy James Marilat is sliding in. Going to sit with Zach for the 4 hours today. We're getting ready for an Avs game. They're going to play in about 4 hours from right now. Will they show up? Will they have intent to win now that Mackenzie Blackwood is going to be between the pipes? James, we've talked about it a ton. I'm not sure we would have done it today. What would you have done if you were Jared Bednar? Are you making the change, or are you waiting one more?
I'm waiting at least one more. And this is why I've hated this situation from the get-go. And it's why goaltending was my number one concern with this team. It's not that I don't think Scott Wedgwood's a good goaltender. It's that Jared Bednar wouldn't name a guy. So as soon as you have a little bit of a hiccup, is he going to pull the plug too quickly? Then what do you do in the next game? And then how do you go back if it doesn't work tonight with Blackwood? Like, he creates all these scenarios where, typically speaking, historically speaking, Cup winners don't have that kind of situation. They have a guy. More often than not, they have a guy. And I always use this example, but like, this not happened to Vasilevsky, right? He's not getting yanked down 3-0. So I just think it's obviously a less than ideal situation. I think it is the tipping point game. I think if they win tonight, there's a 50% shot they win the Cup. I think if they lose tonight, I think there's a 50% shot that they lose this series. I think it's
wow.
that big of a game. And Jared Bednar, man, he had to make the big decision, and he made it, but we'll see if he played his cards right. I am very nervous about where it's going to go tonight.
I told Jake it sort of felt like Bednar was just waiting, like, oh, there it is. I got to go. I got to make the move right now.
Exactly.
Because this is the chance
like
to
he
make.
saw the opening.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
struck.
Would you have done it, Zach?
It feels, no, absolutely not. No, I wouldn't have. I think it's the wrong move. I think it could cost them. I think that it opens a can of worms, I think is what it does. That's the way that I would say it. I think it opens a can of worms. Now, to a certain degree, Bednar has earned a level of trust, all right? He knows this group better than I do, but at the same time, I don't like it. It feels like instability. Scott Wedgwood has been great, not good, great. Allowed 2 even-strength goals in the entirety of the first round. Was off to an awesome start through games 1 and 2 on the heels of a season where he arguably could have been a Vezina finalist. I understand why he wasn't, but you could argue it. Best save percentage, best goals against. And you build up too much equity to make a decision like that. I like the way you phrase it. There was this opening, and he jumped through it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that opening looked like a keyhole, he's jumped through it. and I don't like the ripple effect that it could have here moving forward.
Well, and it's also to what you're talking about, that opportunity. Does he jump to the next step if Blackwood's not good? Does he go, the opportunity to get right and go back to Scotty? Or, and you said this a lot today, Jake, because Blackwood's the number one guy, he gets this longer leash because of what he was at one point in his career.
It feels like it. It feels like he was looking for a chance to get Blackwood back out there. There's a reason why he didn't name Wedgwood the number one guy. Like, he's got like a soft spot for Blackwood.
Yeah.
And, I guess you can look at their contracts if you want to try and figure out reasons why. One guy has a 5-year, $26.25 million deal. The other guy's got a 1-year, $2.5 million deal. So I don't think Jared Bednar's necessarily concerned with that, but are people above him in the organization concerned with that? Of like, hey, if you got the opportunity, this is the guy we're paying a lot of money. Why is he not on the ice? And he was just ready to pounce and put that guy out there.
But James, I talked about this before the postseason started because this has been a discussion here, and it's and the reason why it's gained even more traction here in the last, call it 5 weeks, is because Bednar has purposefully left the door ajar for a moment like this, and that's why we kept on talking about it. Based on the evidence, Scott Wedgwood was the guy. That became like really conclusive like in the month of March, I thought. By late March, when Blackwood had a stretch where he was yanked 3 out of 8 starts that he had, and Wedgie was just like really like being that consistent, reliable, like there was an opportunity to sort of just kind of quell this conversation. But he didn't want to. And I hope it's not a mistake. I think they're going to win tonight. I think they're going to win this series, and I think they're going to win the Stanley Cup.
I think the Avs win tonight too.
Same. But if they don't, you now have sort of sand beneath your feet and not concrete. It doesn't feel as stable if this doesn't go well tonight.
Yeah, I'm not worried about going back to Wedgwood. That's the thing. He's been a career backup, and he's been in this situation before. I worry if they need to go.
He has not been in this situation before.
Well, he's been in this situation. Wedgwood.
Yeah, Scott Wedgwood has not been in this situation before.
Well, he's been pulled in the ECHL, the AHL, the NHL. He's been a backup his whole career.
He's used to being yanked, you mean?
No, I understand what I'm saying. You're in the NHL postseason. He just had the best start, tied for the best start in NHL history. So, like, this is a new sequence for him. This is new pressure for him. These could be new questions, new doubts as the season is hanging in the balance. I understand what you're saying, big picture with a broad stroke for his career, but this is unique here for everyone.
But you could go back to Wedgwood with confidence.
I think you can go back to Wedgwood with confidence, and he'll be ready and he'll be confident. That's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about here is I do believe that the Avalanche have a goaltending tandem. I do believe that the Avs are going to need both goalies to win a Stanley Cup at both times. We saw this in 22 with Francouz in the Oilers series.
But that was by force,
things
not
happen.
picking up the option.
You want both goalies ready. I've seen time and time again, and you look at Vasilevsky and these goalies. Vegas just won a cup with 2 goalies. These teams have won a cup with 2 goalies, and this keeps Blackwood fresh. It gives you the option to go back to Wedgwood and say, okay, we lost this game. It was our other goaltender. We can go. I know that's not the mentality you, Zach By, would like because I know you. But also, it concerns me because if you need to go back to Blackwood again after going to Wedgwood, that's the part that scares me. If Blackwood's bad tonight, Wedgwood comes back in. Now he's shaken. Then you go back to Blackwood.
And this is what I'm saying. And really, this is part and parcel of what I'm saying. It's a can of worms. You don't have a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just jump through a keyhole because you were given that space to jump through it, and the precedent leading up to it was incredible goalie play, what would stop you from doing the same thing should Blackwood struggle? And now you're into this high card, low card. You don't know what's coming next from a decision-making standpoint.
The thing about just the ripple effect of the moment I brought up to him, Devon Toews, if he blocks that shot and it stays on the ice and the Avs go the other way and they don't even score, but you're going the other way. Hartman doesn't bat that thing out of there, which is 1 out of every 20 guys is going to be able to do that. We're not even having this conversation today. The Avs still probably lose like 4-2, 4-1 even, but we're not having that conversation today if the puck stays on the ice from a Devon Toews deflection.
For a month, though, I've been telling everybody this is my biggest concern. Goaltending's my biggest concern, and wasn't because I thought Wedgwood was playing poorly. Obviously, it was because I was forecasting these conversations. They've lost 1 game in the playoffs, and this is what we're talking about today.
And here's the thing: and
one.
The internet lost their mind on Saturday night,
including me.
I know, I saw.
But here's the thing: it's like, yes, you've lost 1 game here, but the reason that you lost I would argue, find me another collective letdown, a collective no-show.
Yeah, they didn't show up.
It was, right, they weren't like playing off their front skate, and it's like, well, oh my gosh, we had a great game, but you just were a sieve in the goal. That's not really what we saw.
Think about the first goal. Kirill Kaprizov was how many feet away from Scott Wedgwood?
200.
And skated right to Scott Wedgwood on a line without anybody even shoulder checking him.
Through 4 defenders. They all just watched him go right by. But that's on Scott Wedgwood?
I
just
think
don't get it.
That Bednar made a point that Wedgwood was a little too aggressive in that game. The play where he loses his stick, he overplayed that shot, loses his stick, and then he kind of tried to adjust into the net, play deeper because he was trying to avoid the screen. Little too aggressive. Like, this is like minute criticism. Then that third goal, he's trying to go make a play because it was like a pop-up, right? He didn't stay in his net because he got up to try and save the pop-up, and then Hartman bats it by him. He was a little too aggressive. Now, would I say it was bad goaltending? No. But I think the Avalanche are looking for a goalie who's going to win them games. And Scott Wedgwood no longer now is winning them games. He was just okay.
Well,
they would have had to blank him the other night to win that game. Mm-hmm. That's how bad the Avs were. Like, 1-0, they could have won that game.
The Colorado Avalanche, who were been in first place for all those days throughout the season, got beat to pucks, got out physicaled in front of the net, which has been a problem in this series. But that's a team with Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Marty Netches got out-hustled, outworked for 55 minutes.
I think that was the most disappointing part for me, is that, we were sitting here on Friday, and I'm lauding the maturity and professionalism of the group. That I'm saying, you can bet that Nathan McKinnon and Gabe Landeskog will be warning the rest of this group what it feels like to be 6-0 in the playoffs and lose in the second round. You can bet. And the accumulation of scars will pay dividends for a game like Game 3. And to watch them get out-competed in such wholesale fashion, the lack of maturity, it was... I'm not used to seeing that from this group. That was so disappointing. You didn't get out-executed. You didn't get out, bounced and, hey, the puck had eyes. And
there's some real Nuggets vibes going on.
Yeah, honestly, it was like, whoa.
Very much so.
Like, it was kind of shocking to see. It really was.
Well, and a series is all about adjustments, right? It feels like Minnesota made adjustments. They had some answers. Okay, well, what does Jared Bednar and company have in store for the Wild tonight? Because, again, I know you guys kind of scoffed when I said I think they lose the series if they lose tonight, or a 50-50 chance. I think it's huge because I think it opens all these questions, the can of worms, all the rest of the stuff. If you go up there and lose tonight, then what do you do in Game 5? Who's in net?
Mm-hmm.
It just becomes a whole nother mess.
Wow, I can't believe that we're here, but we are. We are. And the Avs did lose their first playoff game over the weekend, but it was how it happened that makes tonight